Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 370. I hope you're all doing great. You're all doing fantastic. We will take questions about any topic today. Any questions that you have, I'll be happy to take those for the next 2 3 hours. Let's see. And before we do that, let me see who all is there on the live stream. At the very beginning of the live stream, who all do we have on the live chat? We have Sylvester Stallone Limited, Priyanshu Poli, ER Drub Shah, Rohan Bidi, happy Sunday to you, sir. Samarth Pramanik, namaste, sir. Namaste. Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good evening to you, sir. Always happy to see you. Who else do we have? Mary Kane. Good morning, Mary. Good morning. Samarth Pramanik once again. Bimal Angom is here from Karbi Anglong in Assam. Good to have you. Good to have you. Good evening, sir. Spade 2. Sar. Good to have you. Good to have you. Amayatul Pule is here. Ashwini Sharma, Shubh Sandhya ji. And Ashwini Sharma is here from Bihar. Amayatul Pule says bonjour. Chaque changement apporte une nouvelle ère. J'espère que c'est ce qui est en train d'arriver dans le monde. It means every change brings in a new era. Is bringing in a new era, and I hope that's what's happening in the world. Well, I hope that the new era that's been brought in is hopefully peaceful and positive. One hopes so. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Rekha Humleji, Jai Shri Ram, ma'am. Unknown gunman. Walaikum. Okay, pranam ji, pranam. Thank you. Apurva Anupama says, Mangal Graha se namaste. Well, thank you. Good to have you from Mars. Dev Joshi is here as well. Ayush Singh, pranam Sarji. Good to see you again. Ayush Singh. Nirvana Shanks says, Ayo, indeed, Ayo. Do I have a taste for Stevie Wonder? Well, I am not opposed to Stevie Wonder. I think Stevie Wonder is a fantastic singer. Animals for Laugh is here from Mumbai. Good to have you. Good to have you. D. Kalashnikov 47. Namaste ji. Somi is here. Somi is here from Jaipur. Good evening, Somi. Good to have you. Business Dai Ne Kain Viva. Namaste. DC Studios is here as well. Kiki Sushant, Chat DSP, Namaste ji. Nigya, hello. Nigya X. Animish Bharatiya, Namaste sir. Nabadita Das, Namaste ji. Who else do we have? Ankit Ram from England. Nice to see you, sir. And I'm great. I hope you're great too. Ashish Tomar is here as well. Namaste ji. Om Gupta, namaskar. Brave Robot, good to see you. I'm good. Tanush, hello. The Sky Prime 1109, namaskar, sir. Namaskar indeed. Random Skull is here from Karnavati. Good to have you from Karnavati, the great city of Karnavati. Good to have you. Safed Booth is here. And hyphen 6552, Har Har Mahadev. Abhirup Sarkar. Debayan Bashu. Okay, good to have you. ASKC9HR. Agam B. Chad DSP Ishwar. Hello. Jay Dikshit, good evening. Good to see you. Pranav 581. Guten Abend. IPK1S. Danush once again. Animish Bharatiya. Putin 444. Evening, sir. Evening indeed. McLevin, good evening. McLevin, good to see you. DC Studios. Hello. Lovekesh Singh. Hello. And so many others of you. I won't be able to greet you all as always individually, but let's go and take some questions. Am I watching FIFA? I've watched those 2-minute highlights. That's it. I haven't seen any match live thus far. Once we get into the business end of things, maybe I may watch something. We'll see about that. I'm not sure about that thus far. It's happening on the other side of the planet, which means it happens when it's night time in India. So it's a little hard to watch, to catch the matches live. Okay, let's take some questions. What questions do we have? We're going to have some super chats, but before I get into super chats, let me see some of the questions that we have here. Sylvester Stallone says, many prominent OSINT Indian think tankers and even people like X and Y, like Sushant Sarin and Kamal Sibal, have said this on live television that US CENTCOM did help Pakistan back in May 2025 by providing some serious intel to them. If UAC believe this ain't true, then why did Pakistan award their highest military honor, Nishan-e-Imtiaz, to former US CENTCOM commander Michael Kurilla last year in August, after a few months after Operation Sindoor? And do you think the less presence of US CENTCOM will help us, our foreign policy, and so on? Okay, so various people have said various things. Fantastic. That The US CENTCOM helped Pakistan in May 2025. So if I believe this isn't true, when did I say I believe this isn't true? Have I ever said this isn't true? Where did you see me say that? I have been saying this. What have I said? I have said that when India hit 11 Pakistani air bases in 30 minutes and destroyed a bunch of F-16s, it took out more than F-16s. It probably took out American technicians who babysit the F-16s 24/7. So if you have US technicians, like I say, on Pakistani soil during a war with India, doesn't it mean that the US is providing help to Pakistan? I also said that when India hit the Kirana Hills nuclear warhead storage facility, those, I said, were not Pakistani nuclear weapons. I said these are most likely American nuclear weapons on Pakistani territory used to target India. Did I say this or not? I've said this multiple times. And I've also been very open and clear about the fact that I have no evidence for this, but I have a brain. So does this mean that I don't believe that the US helped Pakistan? No, it means that I am very clear that the US has been helping Pakistan throughout, including during Operation Sindoor. That's been my position, forever. Okay, I hope that clarifies things. Okay. Priyanshu Poli says Bangladesh has cancelled agreement of 2015 and given Mongla ports to China. Meanwhile, a Vishwaguru Desh allowed their nationals to have visa. Look. You can have tensions between two countries and still issue visas. India and Pakistan, India and China. I think we currently are issuing visas to each other, right? If you are an Indian citizen, you want to visit China, I suppose you can get a visa to visit China. And the same applies to Chinese citizens who want to visit in India. They can get an Indian visa and visit India. India and China have a massive, thousands of kilometers long, undemarcated border. China makes claims to Indian territory. China illegally occupies Tibet and brutalizes the population there. And yet we give visas to each other, right? So that's fine. That happens. The point is, what's happening vis-a-vis Bangladesh? Bangladesh cancelling whatever and all that. We have to understand what's the root cause of that. The root cause of that is that Bangladesh has been taken over by... Bangladesh is now essentially East Pakistan. The Americans effected a regime change there in 2024, and they are using Bangladesh to execute their policy of encircling India and containing India. That's the issue. The root cause actually lies beyond Bangladesh. So it's fine to issue visas to their nationals to visit India legally, but we should certainly crack down on the illegal infiltration that emanates from Bangladesh, and we should deport the tens of millions of illegal Bangladeshis who exist in various parts of India, throughout India, essentially, allegedly. That's what we should do. Right? So that's how I see it. Dhruv Shah says, how many millions of Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, and Rohingya are there in India? So I think it was in 2015, 2016 or something, that the government of India said on the floor of the parliament that there were at least 2 crore Bangladeshis in India. I think that was the official thing. Let's ask, or let's fact check what I'm saying so that I don't say something that is potentially incorrect. According to the government of India, how many illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators exist in India, and when was the last time the government gave official figures? Let's see. What do we have? So 2016, the last time the government officially recorded this estimate in parliament was in November 2016. 20 million. That's a decade ago. This is something that came in a written reply in the Rajya Sabha. The then Minister of State for Home Affairs, Mr. Kiren Rijiju, stated that there were about 20 million illegal Bangladeshi migrants staying in India, based on available inputs at that time. And in 2004, the estimate was 12 million. So 2004 to 2016 is 12 years. And looks like they added 8 million to the estimate. And now, I don't know. So that's the last time the government gave any official figures. So the number is definitely in excess of 20 million, maybe 15 million, maybe 100 million, maybe 20 million. I don't know. Maybe. So for the past 10 years, the government has said nothing officially about how many Bangladeshis exist in India. So it's obviously going to be in excess, significantly in excess of 20 million. Okay. Now, how many Pakistanis do we have? Well, when Operation Sindoor happened, the government of India suddenly rounded up successfully tens of thousands of Pakistanis who had been living in India for decades. Some of whom had been living in India for decades. So when Operation Sindoor happens, the government of India is immediately able to identify and round these people up and deport them. Which means the government of India, if it wants, can do this like that. And they know where these people are. Have they deported all the Pakistanis who are living in India? That's a question. I don't have the answer to that. How many Rohingyas? I don't have the answer to that as well. There are Rohingyas who live in Jammu. Rohingyas come from Burma and they're living in Jammu. And why are they still in Jammu? Why? So these are issues, big issues, and one hopes the government of India does something to address these critical national security threats. One hopes so. Samarth Pramanik says, what's your thoughts on US hard power decline? On America's hard power decline? Do you see the increase in the hard power score of China as they have the ability to churn out thousands of missiles and lakhs of drones? What's my thoughts on America's hard power decline? As far as I can see, the hard power hasn't declined too much globally. So how do you calculate hard power? You can get really granular, or you can take a macro approach. The macro approach is straightforward. What's your GDP? What's your annual defense expenditure? Two massive contributing factors. GDP, that's economic power. And military expenditure, that's a very reliable indicator of military power. Economic power plus military power is hard power. You add these two together, the US outranks everybody significantly. Now, the defeat they have suffered at the hands of Iran is because of, well, stupidity. Okay. And because Iran did its homework well. So that doesn't indicate that the American hard power has declined. It doesn't indicate that. But you can get granular and then tally the number of missiles, the number of drones, and all those things. It's a very tedious process. It can be done, which could perhaps give us a different picture of what the actual hard power is. And that is an exercise that I am sure is worth doing. I'm sure there are ways and means of doing it, but you would need a lot of data for that, some of which will not be available in the public domain for sure. So it's hard to do that. And it's hard to get a reliable score of hard power based on that. That's why you do the macro approach where everything is transparent. And from the macro perspective, the US hard power score hasn't declined. But you are correct. The Chinese have the ability to churn out thousands of missiles and lakhs of drones. But have they done that? Do we know how many missiles they have? Do we know how many drones they have? No. This is unknown. That's why we can't start guessing. We have to rely on hard evidence that's available in the public domain. And that's why that's why officially the hard power scores haven't changed. Let's see. Okay, Samarth Pramanik says, by seeing what's going on in the Russia-Ukraine war, do you think that Russia has stretched this war for too long? It now seems that Ukraine has developed its own drone manufacturing industry. Okay, yes, great question, very apt question, very timely question. The special military operation commenced in February 2022. It's been more than 4 years. And right after the special military operation commenced, you had Russian troops and a massive convoy of Russian military vehicles on the outskirts of Kiev. Kiev was about to be taken by Russia. And then Russia decided, okay, we'll not do this. Let's pull back. So Russia pulled back. Russia could have ended the war and won the victory right there by taking Kiev. They chose not to. They pulled back. And then the grind started, and this became a frozen conflict, right? War of attrition. And the way I saw it that at that point in time, and the way I still see that decision, it looks like Russia decided to weaponize time. Because see, Ukraine has limited resources, or Ukraine had limited resources at the time, and if they had fought on their own with their own resources, the war would have lasted a week and then ended, because Ukraine would have run out of resources, arms, ammunition, missiles, whatever, manpower, and so on, right? So Russia chose to weaponize time. They pulled back. They started the war of attrition because the West was supporting Ukraine, and that was depleting the West over time. It was depleting European resources and Western resources overall. Arms, ammunition, money, funds, and so on and so forth. So Russia said, okay, we've got this massive amount of territory. We have unlimited resources. This is going to boost our military economy. It's going to drain the European and Western economies. So let's do that. Let's keep this going. And that's why we have the situation that we have today, that the war has become a frozen conflict. It's a war of attrition. It's a grinding warfare that's going nowhere. But now Ukraine clearly has created its own drone manufacturing industry. They seem to have become really good at drone warfare, and now they are hitting very hard at vital Russian installations. They are able to hit Moscow when they choose to. Right? So I think Russia has stretched this war clearly far too long. Now it's biting back at Russia. They've allowed Ukraine to develop their own drone manufacturing industry and God knows what else. Right? So looks like Russia has taken this too far, and now it has become counterproductive for Russia. That's how I see what's happening. And after Ukraine hits at Russia, they hit various port facilities, they hit LNG and oil export facilities near St. Petersburg, they hit Moscow itself. Russia isn't really retaliating much. So Russia looks weak right now. I think Russia has taken this too far. So I don't know what the plans are, what the strategy is, what the long-term outlook is from Russia's perspective. But yeah, I don't see the sense in taking the war this long. Russia is an overwhelmingly powerful nation, and it's allowing this to go on. Maybe they have their own calculations. Maybe they see things that I can't see. But from my perspective, it looks like this has gone far too long. Okay. What other questions do we have? Ayush Singh says the war restarted. This time, according to the media, because Iran struck a commercial vessel. Why would Iran do it? Or is this another propaganda by the media? Or does Iran not want an end to the war? So there's constant provocations. I don't know from which side. See, we generally in India consume news from the Western perspective. You can consume news from the CNN, from BBC, from various Indian news outlets, or you can consume news in real time as it happens from social media. The social media is Western owned. The BBCs and CNNs and Fox Newses and Deutsche Welles and so on of the world are all Western outlets, media outlets. And Indian media outlets have no actual independent position or stand of their own. They simply ape the West. They simply copy the West. So if you see an Indian news channel, which may be a Hindi news channel, you will see that they are simply regurgitating the Western talking points. They watch what BBC and CNN and who else are saying, and then they say the similar things in Hindi. That's all they do. So the point I'm trying to make is that whatever news and information you are consuming in India, it's mainly from a Western perspective, and they're going to gave a one-sided picture of things, that Iran is the bad guy, and Iran is provoking everybody. Iran doesn't want the war to end. Iran has restarted the war. Iran has hit a commercial vessel. We don't know what caused Iran to do this. That is typically suppressed. So I don't think Iran is a bunch of irrational, crazy, psychos. The Iranians are rational people. They're not stupid. Okay. So I think there must be some provocations that the West is doing. Maybe Israel is doing. We are not aware from here. Mr. Netanyahu, he has issues of his own personally. And the way the war has gone and kind of quasi ended, it's not good for him. He hasn't achieved any of his objectives, any of them. Right? Israel has taken a massive pounding from Iran. So Mr. Netanyahu tried his best to derail the ceasefire, derail the MOU by constantly hitting out at Lebanon. Maybe something else has happened recently. Right? So I don't know what's happened. But I don't believe that Iran is trying to instigate a resumption of the war. If they did something, most likely there was a provocation that caused them to do something. So we'll have to see about that. Okay. What else? What are the questions? Okay. Safed Booth says, you said if Trump nukes Iran, they will still fight. How? If they use several megaton nukes on Peak X mountain and bunkers where they live using Israeli intelligence, they are done right. Yeah. No. Iran will still fight. Megaton nukes. Nobody uses megaton nukes. The entire world will condemn the Americans. Kiloton nukes is fine. Megaton nukes is a war crime. Even kiloton nukes is a war crime. And if they use, let's say, 10 1 megaton nukes, it's not going to wipe out Iran. Have you seen the geography and the size of Iran? It's not going to wipe out Iran. It's going to wipe out 10 cities, let's say. It's going to irradiate 10 areas of Iran. Radiation takes time to have its effect. In the meanwhile, people can fight. So my point is, they will fight. How they'll fight? They'll survive. Most Iranians will survive. When the Americans tested 2 nuclear weapons, one on Hiroshima and one on Nagasaki, what percentage of Japan's population died? Let's find out. What percentage of Japan's population died as a consequence of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear explosions? So 2% of Japan's population died as a consequence of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay? So let's say the Americans use 10 1 megaton. These are kiloton warheads. Let's say the Americans use 10 1 megaton warheads on Iran, hypothetically. I am not saying they should do it. They should never do it. What's Iran's population right now? What is Iran's current population? 93 million. Let's say 100 million. Okay? And let's say as a consequence of this, 10%. This is a complete hypothetical exercise. I'm not saying this should happen at all. I am against this. But let's say 10% die. You still have 85 million. Do you understand? The numbers don't add up. Iranians will fight. And they will now have a real reason to fight. And they'll go all out. So, okay. Let's take some other. Let's try and find some interesting questions before we get into the super chats. Right. Let's see the same question over and over again. McLevin says the Pentagon confirmed AI helped fire over 2,000 missiles at 2,000 targets in Iran in just 96 hours. Can you guess which AI? I very strongly can guess which AI it was. I can very strongly guess which AI it was, and I shall not utter those words or that word here. But I'm pretty sure I know which AI it was. Okay. What else? Any other questions that are not repeatedly repeated? Uh, okay, I'm just getting the same questions over and over again. Why is that? Okay, DC Studios says the Westerners, that is Germans and Celts, believe that they are descendants of Scythians. What is your opinion? Are you saying all Germans believe that they are descended from Scythians? Are you saying all Celtic people believe they're descendants of Scythians? I would not agree with that. Maybe this was the scenario 20 or 30 years ago. But today it's very clear that the majority of Western Europe, of the people, the majority of the people of Western Europe are descended from the Yamnaya invaders. That invasion came from the east about 4,500 years ago, about 2500 BC. That's around the time. That's the time at which, during the time, you had a massive invasion into Europe from the east of these horse riding, Yamnaya warriors, mostly males, and they brought in two major genetic lineages into Europe. Male genetic lineages, male haplogroups, R1A and R1B. And the further west you go into Europe, the more you see the prevalence of R1B. And in other parts of Europe, for example, Germany, Ukraine, Russia, etc., you have R1A, massive concentrations of R1A. When you look at Scythian genetics, it's mostly R1A, less R1B. So Scythia and Russia, Scythia and Ukraine, Scythia and Eastern Europe are more connected. And when it comes to Western Europe, it's more of the Yamnaya. And the Yamnaya and the Scythians were also correlated, obviously. R1A, R1B, very similar, both descendants of R1, which are all descended from R, and so on. So it's not like today most Germans believe they are descendants of Scythians. No, now it's well known that most Western Europeans are descended primarily, patrilineally, from the Yamnaya invaders. Okay? It's not about opinion, it's about the best evidence that we have at our disposal. So, right, okay. But of course, for example, who are the Celtic people? Let's examine that. Who are the Celtic people? The Celtic people are found in Iberia, which is España, Spain, Western Spain, coastal Spain, the coastal regions of France, and Scotland and Ireland. These are the Celtic peoples. The original inhabitants of the British Isles were Celtic peoples, the Picts, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, when it comes to the Scots, Scotland was once believed to be Scythland, descendants of Scythians and so on. So there were these beliefs and all, but today you will see that the evidence is that the original inhabitants of England, of the British Isles, the people who made Stonehenge and all, those male lineages have completely ended. They ended rather abruptly because of the Yamnaya invasion, which brought in R1B. So that's not opinion. That's just the best evidence that we have at our disposal currently. Okay. Still the same questions over and over again. Spam. Let's not do spam, people, please. Let's not spam, please. HPSC says, why do you think Pakistanis are suddenly claiming everything Indian? I saw some of them claim the Vedas on Twitter. Yeah, I wonder. So some of them are saying Panini was Pakistani. The question is, did Panini say he was Pakistani? Panini is the father of linguistics, the great grammarian who compiled the first proper grammar of Sanskrit that we are aware of. And of course, he cited previous grammarians, so he did not claim that I am the first of all time. He actually cited previous grammarians who came long before him. So did Panini claim that he was Pakistani? He never said that, right? So why is this happening? Why do you see this phenomenon? They're claiming yoga, they're claiming Panini, they're claiming Sanskrit, they're claiming the Vedas. I think there's more to this than meets the eye. I think this is being directed by their masters wherever they sit to claim everything Indian. Let's see. Okay, can you please, people, stop spamming the same questions over and over again? So that's why I take super chats, because I don't have to deal with this stuff. You know, for 4.5 years, I did not take a single super chat. Now I take super chats because, see, I don't have to deal with the spam. The same question over and over again. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I know it gives you a better chance of me picking up the question, but when I see the question asked 15 times, I'm not able to see anything else. Right. So, what else? See, the same questions. Or I'm getting the same questions over and over again. Okay, this okay, a different question for a change. Pratardana says, um, why is there more focus on semi-cryogenic rocket engine or cryogenic engine? What's the difference? I don't know. Where's the focus? Is there focus in India on semi-cryogenic rocket engines? What's the difference? Look, I don't know what a semi-cryogenic rocket engine is, but I think I can guess, and I think I'll be able to guess pretty accurately. So first of all, let's understand what a cryogenic rocket engine is. A cryogenic rocket engine is one that takes that burns liquid gases as fuel at very low temperatures. So the fuel is going to be the fuel and the oxidizer, or maybe just one fuel that has the oxidizer built in. And that's going to be at extremely low temperatures, minus 150, minus 200 degrees Celsius, or whatever. For example, the classic cryogenic fuel is liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Okay. Let's find out at what temperatures these liquefy. At what temperature do hydrogen and oxygen liquefy? So hydrogen minus 253 Celsius and oxygen minus 183 Celsius. Okay. So if you want a cryogenic engine that uses hydrogen as the fuel and oxygen as the oxidizer, because it's oxygen, then you are going to have the fuel that's going to be at incredibly low temperatures, minus 183 at least for oxygen, and minus 250 or something for hydrogen. That's ridiculously low temperatures. So that fuel is injected into the engine ignites. And what's the typical temperature of a cryogenic rocket engine? What is the typical temperature of a cryogenic rocket engine? What's it say? Propellant storage, we understand. 3000 Celsius. Okay? Roughly 3000 Celsius. So from minus 250 degrees, the input is minus 250 degrees and the output is 3000 Celsius. And the cryogenic engine has to ensure it doesn't blow up. One end is incredibly cold, the other end is incredibly hot. It's designed to remain stable under these extremely different conditions on both ends of the engine. So that's a cryogenic rocket engine. Okay. What's a semi-cryogenic rocket engine? I suppose one of the components is going to be cryogenic, the other may not be cryogenic. Let's find out. I suppose it's going to be liquid hydrogen and some other oxidizer, maybe hydrazine, H2O2. No, that's hydrogen peroxide. H2O2 is hydrogen peroxide, right? That's a great rocket fuel, by the way. And the exhaust is just steam. Okay. What's a semi-cryogenic rocket engine? I said, what's a semi-cryogenic rocket engine? Liquid propellant, liquid oxygen, and room temperature. Exactly. That's what I said, right? So one of the components of the fuel is going to be cryogenic temperatures, minus 180, minus 250, whatever. The other one is more or less room temperature. So liquid oxygen and kerosene. Kerosene is essentially aviation fuel, isn't it? So that's sort of thing. That's semi-cryogenic. So I suppose semi-cryogenic rocket engines. What's the specific impulse of kerosene? It's going to be way less than that of hydrogen and oxygen, but I suppose it's going to have its uses, right? So is there a focus on semi-cryogenic engines in India? Is ISRO focusing on semi-cryogenic rocket engines currently? Question mark. Let's see. Yes, ISRO is heavily focused on this. 2000 kilonewton class SE, kerosene, and so on. ISRO scene. Mahendragiri and so on. Okay, it's gonna use the new engine is designed to replace the current L110 for LMV3. Okay, by using non-toxic propellants, Gaganyaan. Okay, so what propellant did the L11, was it a hypergolic propellant? What propellant did the engine use? Engine use. Was it a hypergolic propellant? What was it? Earth stable liquid. Oh, UH25 fuel, nitrogen tetroxide, and blah blah. The hydrogen hydrate. Hypergolic, like I said, hypergolic propellants, which are kind of toxic. Okay, okay. Yeah, so you're gonna move away from rather toxic propellants. If it explodes or something, it's gonna be nasty. And you go for kerosene, which is like way nicer, way better. So yeah, it makes sense. Perhaps. Does it make sense? Now I could go and look into the specific impulse of the various propellants and see. But okay, so maybe it makes sense. So good, good. All right. And once again, the same questions are being reposted, reposted. Amisha Mishra says, why did Prime Minister Modi visit the Seychelles? What's the point? Oh, there is point. I promise you there. But first of all, when did he visit the Seychelles? Did he go there recently? Let's see. When was the last time Prime Minister Modi of India visited the Seychelles? From June 27 to 29, 2026. June 27 to 29. Is he currently in Seychelles? Oh, he is currently in the Seychelles. Okay. So the question is very pertinent. Why is Prime Minister Modi visiting the Seychelles, this little tiny speck of islands in the Indian Ocean off the east coast of Africa? Why do we need to visit this tiny island with a population of 10,000 or whatever? What's the population? 100,000, 200,000? What's the population of the Seychelles? What's the power? 135. It's not even 200,000. Tiny little island nation. What's the deal? Well, there is a deal. We must visit the map for that, shall we? Let us visit the map and we shall discover the wonders of the Seychelles. Okay, let's go there. Seychelles. So, where is the Seychelles? Let's zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. It's going to be somewhere here. Zoom in. So, Anse Réunion, des Roches Island, 25, 25, Cap la Dingue, La Fourche. That's all nice. But which is that? Agalega is, I suppose, it is Mauritius, right? Agalega. Silhouette Island, Île du Nord. So this is the Seychelles. There's going to be an interesting island somewhere here. Okay, that's the point. That's the point. So this is the Seychelles. Okay, first of all, it's this tiny island nation, and it's got an Indian population there. Okay, who have been staying there, living there for quite a while. So first of all, let's look into the Indian population of the Seychelles. That's the first thing. Okay. What percentage of the population of the Seychelles is of Indian origin? Okay, 5 to 10% of the Seychelles populations, Indo-Seychellois, and so on. Now, has India currently leased any island that belongs to the Seychelles? Let us see. Yes, India and Seychelles have Assumption Island. Yes, very interesting island. Assumption Island. India and Seychelles have a bilateral agreement to develop, manage, and operate a joint military facility and naval base on Assumption Island. It's a remote coralline island in the Seychelles archipelago. So, under the agreement, India has access to the island to develop and operate an airstrip and naval facilities for the Indian Navy. Naval facilities means radars and other fantastic, interesting things. The Indian Navy, the Indian military is deployed to operate and help manage these strategic facilities, but full sovereign ownership of the island naturally remains with the Seychelles because it's a friendly nation and we shall not ever infringe upon their sovereignty. But India will deploy its navy and its military to operate and help manage these strategic facilities. Now, let's go back to the map and search for Assumption Island. What is Assumption Island? Where is it? And what can we discern on that island? Assumption Island, comma, Seychelles. Let us find the. First of all, let's zoom out and see where it is. Okay, let's zoom out. Oh, okay. It's actually pretty far from the Seychelles, but it belongs to the Seychelles. Is very interesting. Now let us see satellite images of Assumption Island. Assumption. So we have an interesting airstrip over here. Excuse me. Doesn't look like there's much development currently here, but maybe this image is old because this is Google Maps. But you have an airstrip here, and you have potential. So how large is the airstrip? It's going to be tiny, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Measure distance from measure distance. It's 1.37 kilometers, which is actually pretty respectable. And you can create a cross version of the airstrip and make it like 3 kilometers if you want. If the island's topography supports that sort of thing. It's a pretty flat island, it looks like. The island looks pretty flat. This is probably an ancient airstrip. Maybe from the time of, maybe, I don't know, World War I, World War II, whatever. And we have interesting facilities here, as we can see. We have some interesting facilities over here. And yeah. So clearly this is an island without a real population. And these are all, government facilities. As you can see, there is plantation or some kind of thing here. What else? There's a road here, clearly. And what else? Do we have something on this side of the island? Not much that one can discern. There is something going on here, which is clearly human-made, man-made. What else do we have? What is this? Can't say. So essentially, this island is under Seychelles sovereignty, but the Indian military operates this island. Now, why would India want to operate military facilities on an island that belongs to the Seychelles? So let's zoom out and see where this is. It's in the Indian Ocean. The Chinese have been investing in ports, African ports, in the Indian Ocean region to create their so-called string of pearls. So this is India's counter, or you could say India's response to China's string of pearls strategy by creating Indian infrastructure in the Indian Ocean region in collaboration, etc., with friendly nations. And Prime Minister Modi clearly has visited the Seychelles to reinforce and further robustify this relationship. That's the point. Okay, let's get into some super chats now. Mary Kane says, what do you think of space tether technology? Investing in research and development, education now or later for propulsion power, deorbiting debris, artificial gravity, and future space travel. Interesting question. Space tether technology. A space tether. So what's a space tether? And what are the potential uses of this? A space tether essentially is a rope. It's a rope, but it's a rope made of very special materials. And this rope could be several kilometers in length, maybe tens of kilometers in length. And what does it do? It links two spacecraft together. So let's say this is our planet. And I have a spacecraft that's orbiting the planet, okay? It's orbiting. And I launch another spacecraft up there. Now I can tie these two spacecraft together with a space tether made of very strong materials. So what I'm going to have is, let's say the original spacecraft is orbiting at a, let's say, an altitude of 500 kilometers above the surface of the planet, okay? Let's say it's a circular orbit for the sake of the explanation. So 500 kilometers. is where the first original spacecraft is orbiting. I launch a second spacecraft, which reaches an altitude of 480 kilometers, let's say, above the surface of our planet. And now I take a 20-kilometer tether and tie these two spacecrafts together. So what you're going to have is that the spacecraft that is lower in altitude is going to experience slightly stronger gravity compared to the one that's at a higher altitude. Okay, and that's going to create a gravity gradient. It's going to it's going to stabilize in case the original spacecraft is tumbling around or whatever. It's going to stabilize that. So you're going to have a configuration where both spacecraft are tied together with a very strong tether. The tether, it points straight towards the center of the planet. So if you have a situation where a spacecraft is tumbling, it's no longer stabilized, it's tumbling around, it's no longer, its solar panels are no longer aligned with the sun, and that sort of situation has happened, you can stabilize a spacecraft using that. Okay. What else can you do with this? See, you can put conducting wires on the tether, and because the planet has a significantly strong magnetic field, you could induce a current in that wire, and that can be used for various purposes. You can power a spacecraft potentially with that, or do something else. So you can induce a current if you have a reasonably long tether which is passing through the Earth's magnetic field. You can induce a current in there. You could use that current for various purposes. Artificial gravity. There's going to be a gravity gradient. So the spacecraft which is higher up is going to experience lower gravity. The spacecraft which is lower is going to have a higher gravity, and that's how you can stabilize one of the two spacecraft. Typically, the one that is higher in orbit, in case it is tumbling around. Propulsion power, I suppose. Yeah, you can transfer momentum. If a spacecraft that's orbiting the planet, a satellite that's orbiting the planet, has momentum. Okay, it's going in a certain direction with a certain velocity. It has a certain mass, which means it has momentum. mv. P is equal to mv, mass times velocity. Now let's say you want to transfer the spacecraft's momentum to another spacecraft. You can use the space tether to do that. You can and by transferring momentum, you can actually deorbit a spacecraft if required. So I remember when I was a little kid, there was the situation where you had a Soviet satellite that was deorbiting. It was a defunct satellite. It was deorbiting in an uncontrolled manner. And the fun part about this Soviet satellite is that it had radioactive materials in it. You can use radioactive materials, plutonium or whatever, various isotopes, to produce power on a spacecraft. Heat, warmth, whatever. So the Soviets, they had spacecraft that had radioisotopes on board. That's fine, but if it deorbits and it crashes somewhere, then that can create problems, because then the radioactive isotope will spill all over the place and it could irradiate an area. So that was kind of a concern. Where is this thing gonna hit the surface of the planet? So if you have a situation like that, you can use the space tether thing to ensure that it tumbles straight into the ocean instead of going somewhere else. And maybe it tumbles, or maybe it re-enters the atmosphere in a shallow re-entry path, such that it mostly burns up in the atmosphere instead of going straight down or whatever. You can do these things. So you can use space tethers for deorbiting debris, deorbiting defunct spacecraft, and so much more. So that's what a space tether is. Essentially, it is simply a rope made of extremely strong materials. What kind of materials? You could use, I don't know, high tensile steel. You could use artificial spider silk, which is stronger than steel. You could use I don't know, something like that. Very strong material. So that essentially is space tether technology, and it's kind of an extension. So if you take it to the logical conclusion, it gives you the space ladder technology, which essentially takes the tether and brings it all the way down to the surface of the planet. So you have a spacecraft in orbit, which is connected to the surface of the planet with a very strong tether. And using that, you can actually climb all the way into space, hypothetically, theoretically. But for that, you will need extremely strong materials, the kind of materials we don't have currently. So that essentially is the space tether technology. Very interesting technology. Yes. And it's kind of been tried in the past. You've had spacecraft that have been tethered together in the past, but it's not something that's routinely used currently, probably because we don't have strong enough materials to tether two spacecraft together beyond maybe 5-10 kilometers. If you want a space tether that's like 100 kilometers long, where the real effects become useful, probably we don't have materials that are strong enough to withstand those tensile forces currently. But materials science will solve that problem eventually. Okay. Dev Joshi says bonobos are our closest living relatives, primates, apes. Is there a possibility of them evolving into an intelligent species like humans in a few thousand years? Is there a possibility, first of all, of them evolving into an intelligent species like humans? Yes, there is. The possibility is there. The question is, how long could it take? And the answer is several 100,000 years, not a few thousand years. Because if you look at the way evolution works, it's a pretty slow process. It takes tens of thousands of generations for significant changes to happen in a species. So for example, Homo sapiens has existed, as far as we know, for at least 400,000 years. That's 0.4 million years. The oldest evidence of anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, has been discovered in North Africa in a place called Jebel Irhoud. And those Homo sapiens fossils are about 400,000 years old. So those were anatomically modern humans, more or less like us. Similar cranial capacity, anatomically like us. Maybe they had larger brow ridges or whatever, but overall they were Homo sapiens. And most likely they were mostly as intelligent as us. So it indicates that it takes at least 500,000 years, at least 500,000 years, for significantly, for visible evolution to happen. Okay? Visible evolution in terms of, morphological changes. But the question of how intelligent the 400,000-year-old Homo sapiens were compared to us is not something we can answer currently, right? But let's assume they were reasonably intelligent. Then you had the Neanderthals, who probably emerged out of Africa maybe close to 1 million years ago. They were a subspecies of humans. We could interbreed with them, right? Lots of humans have some Neanderthal ancestry. So the Neanderthals emerged from Africa probably 800,000 years ago, close to 1 million years ago. So let's say it takes 1 million years for significant enhancement of intelligence. 1 million years, right? Because when was it that we had a common ancestor with the chimpanzees? Maybe 4 million years. Let's quickly look into that. When did the human chimpanzee divergence happen? Excuse me. Okay, 5 to 8 million years ago. So 5 million years ago, our ancestors were the ancestors of the chimpanzees too. And that's where the divergence happened. 5 million years. And I suppose that at that time, our ancestors were probably less intelligent than today's chimpanzees. So you see how long it takes for intelligence to get enhanced. So I would say it may take another at least 1 million years for bonobos to become significantly more intelligent, or maybe 10 to 20% more intelligent than they are right now. It takes a long time. A few thousand years is nothing. It takes generally millions of years for this to happen. Okay. AS says, why do we have SETI and other initiatives? Shouldn't we be wary of notifying our presence to possible advanced spacefaring civilizations. Is no one worried about a Columbus and native situation? That's a fantastic analogy you bring out over here. So, what is SETI, SETI? It is this initiative called, which stands for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And what it does is that it scans the cosmos, it scans the skies for anything that could be an indication of intelligence. So, in the 20th century, we discovered pulsars, but those pulsars, they sent pulses of radio waves in extremely precise durations, right? Like, for example, if you have a millisecond pulsar, it will send you a pulse every, let's say, 3 milliseconds or 1 millisecond with incredible accuracy. So when this was first discovered, scientists, physicists thought this has to be aliens, right? Then you discovered these are actually pulsars that are beaming out radio waves. Then you had the wow signal, 1979 or whenever it was. That is still unexplained. The wow signal, which made no sense, which still is very hard to explain. So the thing is, you're looking for signals coming in from outer space and looking for signs that these signals were made by an intelligent species or civilization. So the signals that we are looking for should be such that no natural process can create those. Okay, not ultra high energy cosmic rays, not standard cosmic rays, not pulsars, not magnetars. No, we don't want magnetars. That stuff. Something unambiguously artificial. That's what we are looking for. So we use all kinds of equipment, radio telescopes and whatnot to scan the skies. Okay. Are we beaming signals in the sky? I hope not. I probably think not. Let's fact check that. Does SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, beam signals into space? No. Well, thank God. Thank the gods. It's a passive listening endeavor. So, like I said, we use powerful telescopes of various kinds to detect potential signatures or signals or technosignatures from distant civilizations. We do not actively transmit or beam signals into space, right? Because it makes no sense to do that. It's madness. It is suicidal to do that, right? So we are not trying to notify whoever's out there of our presence, because, like you say, you could end up with a Columbus and natives kind of situation, right? Columbus was this Italian guy who worked for the Spanish crown, who stumbled into the Americas, imagining he had reached India, and he oversaw the genocide of the Arawak people in Hispaniola, which is the island that is now Cuba and no, not Cuba, sorry, Dominica and Haiti. And later the Spaniards and then the English genocided close to 100 million natives in the Americas because they were technologically superior and they could do what they wanted. Now, let's say you notify somebody out there of our presence, that, you know what, we are here. And what happens? They'll say, okay, good fun. Let's go and visit. Let's go and pay a visit. So if they are technologically advanced enough to travel across interstellar distances, vast interstellar distances, and reach the solar system and visit our planet, then they're going to be so incredibly technologically further advanced than us that if they decide to destroy us, there's nothing we'll be able to do. Which is why it makes no sense to broadcast our location and our existence to whoever's out there, whoever may be out there. And thankfully, SETI is not doing that. And they should not do that. Yeah, it's a very valid concern. Okay, Aniket Bomik, thank you very much, Aniket G. Saurav Banerjee, thank you very much, Saurav G. Minimalist Maverick says, citizen vigilante has become Durandar of Europe now, it seems. Your opinion, and why did CIA come up with this movie if they planned demo engineering in EU? Is there a new movie called Citizen Vigilante? Let's see. Let's find out. Citizen Vigilante movie. What's this? Citizen Vigilante. So let's see the synopsis. Living in Croatia, A wealthy American businessman transforms into a feared vigilante who targets violent criminals, rapists, and corrupt judges. As his brutal campaign gains traction online and across the media, he soon becomes a wanted criminal and an unlikely public hero. And this is a movie that came out in the year 2026. And who's the bad guys, I wonder? Okay. Elon Musk is posting that and so on. Censored in Germany. Censored in Germany is censored. Why is it censored? Elon Musk has stirred a row after sharing the full version. The full version of Arnie Hammer's latest film, Citizen Vigilante Next, giving his more than 240 million followers free access to a movie that was banned in Germany over concerns it could incite violence against migrants. The film remained available on Musk's account for about 48 hours before it was removed. It was also posted by its writer and director, German filmmaker Uwe Boll, and has since been re-uploaded on by other ex-users. This was released in the US on June 19, and so on and so forth. The film was refused an age rating in Germany because regulators believed its violent content and anti-immigrant themes could encourage violence against migrants. The Telegraph reported the film was banned in the country over its depiction of extreme violence and its anti-migrant message. Shall I do it like this? Oh no, that's not fun. Let's go back to where we were. This or this. No, this is not fun. Let's go back here and let's try again. Yeah, this is better. Okay. So, anti-migrant message. The story follows Hammer's character on a violent mission and so on. The full movie is shared and so on. The film climbed the Apple charts and so on and so forth. Okay. Right. Okay. So this looks like it's really struck a nerve. It's really resonated with Europeans. Looks like. Why did the CIA come up with this movie? Well, clearly the CIA did not come up with this movie. The CIA would not do this. Is the CIA behind this movie? Is that what you're claiming? Do you have anything to back up this claim? How do you know the CIA came up with this movie? The CIA has not come up with this movie, clearly. Right? Okay, Star-Lord says, what legacy will our era live in 1,000 years? Well, you're asking me to predict the future. I don't know. I hope we leave behind a good legacy. I hope we leave behind the legacy of making the world better for those who come after us, for our descendants. I hope we use the technologies that are emerging now for the good of the planet and of our descendants. I hope we don't leave behind a wasteland for our descendants. So I hope that the legacy we leave behind is going to be a positive one, but I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen, but I'm hopeful that happens. Aniket Bhaumik says Greece was the real Western civilization. So Greece was, you could say, the origin, more or less, of Rome. Well, if you read the Trojan War, you'll see that it's the survivors of the Trojan War who went westwards, landed on the Italian peninsula, and eventually gave rise to what becomes Rome, right? So yeah, but Rome was obviously not a civilization; it was an empire. But yeah, if you look at Europe, when you had the emergence of Greece, whether it is Bronze Age Greece or later Greece, the rest of Europe was living in caves and on trees and essentially eating raw flesh. That's what you had in Europe at the time. Pretty primitive people. The fact is that across Europe you had the same culture, essentially, with different local manifestations of the same culture. What culture was this? It was the old Indo-European culture, which we are very familiar with even today in India. We are all that's left of that old culture. And we probably are the origin of that old culture, the oldest civilization. That's us, right? So you had this, and Greece probably was where you had an efflorescence of the old culture in Europe. and you had high civilization for the first time in Europe. So yes, that's why the West still looks up to Greece, even though they have ended Greek civilization. And there. Piyush Sinha says, good evening. Good evening to you. I'm back after a long time. Well, I'm glad to see you back, sir. I'm glad to see you back. Thank you so much for being back. All right. Piyush Sinha says, I've heard authoritarian regimes purposefully keep their military weak so that there's a low risk of a coup d'etat. Well, you see, it's not as simple as that. Authoritarian regimes. You have to you can't survive without a stronger military, but you need to keep the military under control. You need to have checks and balances in the various arms and organs of the military. And you need to have absolute loyalty among the military generals and so on. Right? You can't have any independent thinking in the military. So you can let's see some examples. For example, China. Xi Jinping has, in the last 2-3 years, purged God knows how many generals because he wants absolute obedience, absolute loyalty. Any general who, has the slightest, or which there's the slightest cloud of suspicion, is purged. In North Korea also, they ensure that all generals are absolutely, utterly loyal and obedient to the family, to Mr. Kim Jong-un and his family, right? When it comes to Iran, you have the Basij and you have the other army, and they are kind of checked and balanced against each other and so on. So you don't keep the military weak. You ensure that there is absolute, utter loyalty and obedience. That's what you do. Precious Stocks says, till now, notifs didn't come. Today I look your channel and red ring around a channel which show that a channel has gone live. Isn't there? Please check with incognito. You want me to check my channel whether there is a red ring over my channel which indicates that the channel has gone live? And you say that the notifications aren't coming in. Well, that's what I hear all the time, that notifications aren't coming in. So do we have... There's no red ring over the channel for sure right now, which should be there when a channel goes live. So if I go to my channel, if I go to my channel right now, it doesn't show that the channel is currently live. If you go down, you will see that this episode 370 is currently live. I can see that. If I go to the live tab, I can see that this video is this live stream is currently on. You can see the little live icon, but you can't see the red ring that shows that a channel is currently live, which is interesting, which should be there. Yeah, interesting. Okay. And notifications also is something you are not getting. That's something I've heard from a lot of our viewers, that people don't get notifications for whatever reason. Well, thank you for letting me know about this. I suppose there's not much I can do about this. I don't control the platform. The platform has its own way of operating, and I'm not complaining. It is what it is. But thank you for letting me know about this. Precious talks. Thank you. Piyush Sinha says, does Putin also have to do this? And if so, was there any way he could have had a military strong enough to decisively defeat Ukraine? Does Putin also have to do keep the military weak, you mean? Okay, the previous question you asked. Does Putin also have to ensure that the military is weak? No, he doesn't want a weak military, but he needs a military that will not unleash a coup against him. He needs a military that's loyal to the country and to the leader of the country, right? So I'm sure that is done in Russia in a variety of ways which are specific to Russia. For example, you had the Wagner group that attempted a coup against Mr. Putin. And that did not end very well. And the leader of the Wagner group, Shri Yevgeny Prigozhin, sadly, tragically died in a plane crash, right? Not long after the coup. And Mr. Putin, of course, recognized the services that Mr. Prigozhin had rendered to the country by placing flowers on his grave. Right? Uh, so that's how it is in Russia. The enemies of the state, if you look at historical patterns, they either tend to encounter radioactive materials like polonium, or they better stay away from windows. That's how it goes. And I am pretty sure the Russian military is definitely strong enough to defeat Ukraine. But for some reason, because of some reasoning, they have chosen this grinding approach of a protracted, frozen conflict, a war of attrition. I think that's gone on too long now. It made sense for a year or two to drain the West, to drain the resources and reserves of the West, whether it's arms, ammunition, money, fuel, whatever. I think now it's gone too long. Yeah. Hyphen says, my dad studied in Sanskrit medium, moved from Bihar to Gujarat at 20, and could speak, write, and read 8 languages. Could Sanskrit be why he learned languages so easily? Most likely it is Sanskrit that was the reason why he was able to learn languages so easily. Because Sanskrit is the basis of all Indian languages, wherever you are in the country. No matter where you are in the country, no matter what language you speak, there's going to be Sanskrit vocabulary. Of course, if you go to the far east of India, you will have some languages which probably won't have Sanskrit vocabulary, but overall, there's significant Sanskrit vocabulary in every Indian language. Even if you look at, for example, Malayalam, about 40% at least of the words of Malayalam are Sanskrit in origin. Tamil must be at least 30%. Kannada must be 40 to 50%. So even the languages that are classified as so-called Dravidian languages, a significant portion or percentage of the vocabulary is Sanskrit in origin. The reason why people from southern India can't really understand Hindi movies is because those are Urdu movies. If the movies were in proper Hindi and not Urdu, most people from southern India would understand at least 30-40% of what's being said in the movie. Right? When it comes to Sanskrit, it's the basis of much of the vocabulary, like I said. And people imagine that they don't understand Sanskrit. You do. Most of the vocabulary you use is from Sanskrit, right? So, because your dad studied in Sanskrit and he was clearly very proficient in Sanskrit, it was so easy for him to just pick up other languages, modern languages. For example, if you speak Haryanavi, I don't think it's that hard to pick up Bengali. And if you speak Bengali, I don't think it's that hard to pick up, let's say, Gujarati. And if you speak Gujarati, it's not that hard to pick up Marathi. And if you speak Marathi, it's not that hard to pick up Kannada, and so on. Right? So, yeah, Sanskrit is the reason. Clearly, it is Sanskrit that was the reason why he learned languages so easily. Sanskrit should be the civilizational language of India. It should be the national official language of India all over again. We should make it happen. Of course, politics currently won't allow this to happen, but eventually that is what should happen in the country. Sanskrit has always been the civilizational language of India. The Cholas took Sanskrit all across Southeast Asia. The Cholas, right? The Cholas. Their native language was Tamil. But which language did they promote and propagate across Southeast Asia? Sanskrit. That tells you something, doesn't it? Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. R. Rarun Rajar. Good to see you, sir. R. Rarun Rajar says, heard of enhanced games? Olympics with steroids. Yes, of course, I've heard of the enhanced games. So in the enhanced games, you don't have to do any drug tests, nothing. You can be all juiced up and go for it. So in the Olympics and in official competitions like the Football World Cup and so on, you have drug testing. And if anybody is found to have used performance-enhancing drugs or steroids or whatever, you're going to be banned for a few years, maybe lifetime, whatever, right? But in the enhanced games, everybody is on drugs, right? So it's a different kind of thing. Olympics with steroids, essentially. Yeah. Sachdev Satyajit says, what scientific discovery or technological achievement are you most excited for that may happen in the next 10 years, and what is the most worrying? Okay, look, AI itself is exciting, and it's also the most worrying. Robotics is super exciting. It's also the most worrying. So these are the two things, the two technological advances right now that are transforming the world. AI more than robotics currently, but robotics once it comes into its own is going to transform the world. But it's going to cause problems. It's going to take away lots of jobs, lots of low skilled jobs, unskilled jobs. So it's exciting and it's dangerous as well. It's worrying as well at the same time. AI and robotics. What else? What else could we have in the next 10 years? Will we have nuclear fusion in the next 10 years? Not sure about that. 20 years, maybe. Nuclear fusion is permanently 10, 20 years away, right? But maybe this time in the next 20 years, you may have nuclear fusion. I think it's AI and robotics which are the most exciting, of course, and also the most worrying at the same time. They can be weaponized in frightening ways, both of these. Ankita Kachap says, can diplomacy still succeed after repeated military exchange, or has trust between Washington and Tehran been damaged beyond repair? So let me take the second question first. Has trust between Washington and Tehran been damaged beyond repair? Of course it has. Tehran has zero trust in Washington. Tehran knows that the United States seeks to destroy it. Given the opportunity, they will take it and they will destroy the current government in Iran and effect a regime change. That's what they want. That's what the Americans want. The Iranians know the Americans are negotiating because they have no choice, because they've lost the war. So when you lose, you want to go out of the war while saving some face, while getting something out of it. That's why the Americans are negotiating. But then Americans otherwise never negotiate, right? So there is no trust. Tehran doesn't trust Washington at all. After Washington did what it did, assassinating so many top leaders in Iran, including the Ayatollah himself, Mr. Ali Khamenei, and much of his family, how can Tehran trust Washington? After the Americans bombed a school and killed 170 little girls, how does Iran trust Washington? So the trust is gone. It's not damaged, it's destroyed. Tehran doesn't trust Washington at all. But diplomacy can still happen. Negotiations can still happen. Both sides will try and use whatever leverage they have to achieve whatever they want to achieve. What would Tehran like to achieve? It would like to achieve a West Asia that is free of the Americans, right? That's what they would like to achieve. They would like the Americans to withdraw from all the military bases that they still operate in some shape or form, even though most bases have been destroyed. Iran would like to be the only hegemon in the region, right? Iran would like the West Asian nations to make their own individual peace with Tehran on Tehran's terms. What would the US like? The US would like to still have a military presence in West Asia. The US would like to still have the West Asian nations, except for Iran, as their vassal states. The US would still like to have some kind of say over what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would like complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran would like to charge a toll for every vessel that passes through. So both sides have very different objectives, and they will talk to each other, but there is zero trust. The last time negotiations were attempted in Switzerland, the Iranians walked out of the thing after Trump made some threats. There is zero trust. But diplomacy can still succeed because both sides want something, and now the Americans can see that there's no point of doing war because the Iranians will again win, right? Iran can't be defeated. Iran has proven that now, right? So now the Americans have no choice but to talk. And they're trying to still extract something. Okay, here we are back. Here we are. All right. So that's the deal. Diplomacy can still succeed. Um, if both sides get something that they want out of it. The Americans simply want a face saver. If Iran is willing to give them a face saver, Iran may be willing to give them a face saver as long as Iran gets what it actually materially wants. So there is a ZOPA, a zone of potential or possible agreement. There is a zone of possible agreement somewhere. So that's where both sides have to focus. The Americans will try, Trump will try to do what it does. And Netanyahu will try and derail everything. So that's the complications in the whole thing. Trust isn't there, but negotiations can still happen and they may even succeed in some way. Harshay says, thoughts on temporary nation claiming Indian heritage. Is it a massive failure of the Indian government? It has nothing to do with the Indian government. The Pakistanis, well, they can claim things if they want. After all, their ancestors were Indians. Their ancestors were civilized Indians. But of course, see, like if the Pakistanis claim that Panini, the father of linguistics, the great Sanskrit grammarian, if they claim that Panini was Pakistani, I mean, they can issue stamps or whatever. The question that we have to ask the Pakistanis is this: did Panini ever say that he was Pakistani? So they will do this, and this entire campaign of claiming Indian heritage is probably being orchestrated by the United States behind the scene. Probably. So the Pakistanis will try and claim everything. They'll try and claim Sanskrit. They'll try and claim Panini. They will try and claim the Vedas. They will try and claim yoga, and so on. They'll do that. What should India do? Well, India should ensure that everyone knows that it is ours. It's nothing to do with Pakistan. Pakistan is an artificial, fake, temporary nation that has explicitly rejected everything Indian. So how can they now claim these things, right? And the thing is, we have to practice our culture. The Pakistanis can't practice it; they can only claim it. But we have to practice it, right? Today, if you go to Google and search for yoga images, you will see Westerners doing yoga. You'll hardly see Indians doing it, right? We need to reclaim these things. It's not enough to have World Yoga Day. Anybody can do yoga on World Yoga Day. We have to reclaim yoga. We have to speak Sanskrit. We have to establish Panini institutes or whatever. We have never honored our Panini. We don't do these things so others can claim it, right? So from that perspective, you could say it's a failure of the Ministry of Culture of the government of India. You could say that, yes. Okay. Here Kumar says, is printing any atoms possible using Porton plus E minus N? Okay, I don't know what Porton plus E minus N is. Let me look it up. Okay. Let's look this up. What is Porton? Porton plus E minus comma N. What is this stuff? Porton Pharmal Solutions, end-to-end CDMO. A specific hypothetical atomic model involving the potential energy U between an electron and a proton. Yeah? And then this is obviously the harmonic oscillator, I think. Potential energy. What is this? I'm not sure what's Porton. Porton. It's not proton, it's Porton. What is Porton Pharma Solutions? Globally. Okay, I'm not going to advertise their thing, whatever it is. So I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what Porton plus E minus N is. I don't know what it is. Printing atoms, possible. And I don't know. Sorry. Okay, Kakashi says, UK getting next empty suit, who will do as told? Andy. Is it Andy? Yeah, see, look. Doesn't matter who is the Prime Minister of the UK. It's just an empty suit. You're right. Totally right. The UK has been reduced to the level of Japan by the Americans. It doesn't matter who's the Prime Minister. The UK does what it's told. This guy or girl is simply it's an empty suit. So UK Prime Minister Andy. Who's Andy? Let's find out. UK future Prime Minister Andy. Who's Andy? Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham, the front runner for UK Prime Minister. Who is this Andy Burnham fella? Andy Burnham. Oh, he is 56. He's a British politician. He has served as Member of Parliament for Makerfield since June 2026. Member of the Labour Party. Mayor of Greater Manchester from 2017 to 2026. MP for Leigh from 2001 to 2017. Keir Starmer holds meeting with Andy Burnham. Will Andy Burnham go big? Moscow test for Burnham. Da 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 blah blah blah. Oh well. Empty suit. You are absolutely right. Empty suit. Yeah, empty suit. Okay. Congratulations, England. Congratulations, the UK. A new empty suit has been prepared for you. Let's see how long this fella lasts. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, imagine every conscious being disappears except you. The stars will shine, the galaxies will still collide. Question, does the universe lose anything fundamental without observers, or does it remain exactly the same? That's a good question. I suppose physically it remains exactly the same. The laws of physics don't change. Everything goes on as usual. The stars still shine. Black holes still do what black holes do. Galaxies do their thing. They collide, they merge, and so on. And things go on. There's no observers left now. Let's say there's no conscious beings left. Even I'm gone, let's say. There's nothing conscious left. There's no humans, hypothetically. What changes? I suppose nothing changes, as far as we understand. As far as we understand, consciousness doesn't really affect the universe. From a scientific perspective, we don't know what consciousness is. So, look, my perspective is going to be the scientific perspective. We don't understand consciousness. We don't know what it is. We can't even define it. And it makes no difference to the laws of physics. So from a physics perspective, from a scientific perspective, consciousness or no consciousness, the universe stays the same. Stays exactly the same. But that perspective may be incorrect or incomplete. Okay. Kakashi says Kaval Sibal speaks facts, hence our so-called experts hate. I think it's time to get Dr. Kaval Sibal back on this channel. Yes, he does speak facts. He does speak facts. I don't know about the so-called experts. I don't care about the so-called experts. There are all these self-appointed experts these days. Yeah. So yes, Dr. Kaval Sibal does speak facts. And that's why, well, he is highly respected. Right Angle says, I am encircled and bleeded by my enemies from all the sides. I am fighting against extremely odds. They are 100 times more powerful than me. Any suggestions for me to continue? Okay, is this metaphorical? Is this real? Is this literal? You are encircled. You are wounded. Your enemies are on all the sides. You're fighting against extreme odds. They are 100 times more powerful than me. Any suggestions for you to continue? Well, I don't know any of the specifics that you are referring to. Without specifics, I can't really give you any suggestions. This could be entirely metaphorical. Is this a metaphor for a business problem? Is this a metaphor for a political problem? Is it a literal battle that you're fighting with actual weapons? I don't know any of the specifics, actual specifics. Without knowing any specifics, I simply can't give you any advice, sir. I hope you understand where I come from. I can't give you a vague advice based on something I don't understand. Right? So I don't know what advice to give you. Advice can be given only when specifics are available. I don't know specifics, so I can't advise anything, unfortunately. But whatever you're facing, I would say find a way to succeed and succeed. All right, all the best. Austin Joseph says US recently stated they are not going to keep their commitment to Anchorage agreements agreed between Trump and Putin. Early, the West also went back on the Minsk II agreement. Can Russia trust the West? Thank you. No. Russia cannot trust the West. Iran cannot trust the West. Nobody can trust the West. The US has a habit of walking out unilaterally from agreements it has signed. The JCPOA is a great example. Trump walked out of it unilaterally. When India puts the Indus Waters Treaty into abeyance, India gets attacked by the West. How can you do that? You signed a treaty a million years ago. But when the West does it, oh, it's perfectly fine. It doesn't suit our interests. It doesn't align with our interests. So we'll do whatever we want. We'll walk out of any agreement or any treaty that we signed. So you can't trust the West. You simply can't. You can't trust any promises given by the West. Whether it's India, whether it's Russia, whether it's Iran, whether it's anybody, you cannot trust the West. As simple as that. And I'm not being anti-West here. I'm just telling you the pattern exists. There's plenty of precedent of the West breaking its promises and walking away from agreements. So that pattern tells you can't trust them. As simple as that. AS says, is India entering a double Thucydides trap with China and the US? If so, shouldn't we stop Vishwaguru slogans and focus on development, as the US openly says we won't make the same mistake we did from China? So the US said this year, right? This year, that we will not make the same mistake with India that we've done with China. I've been saying this for the past 5 years, long before the US explicitly stated that, right? So is India actually entering a double Thucydides trap with China and the US? That's the first question you're asking. What is the Thucydides trap? That comes from the history of the Peloponnesian War that Thucydides wrote about 2,500 years ago. The Peloponnesian War was fought between Athens and Sparta. And the Thucydides trap is a lesson we can learn from that war. The Thucydides trap is thus: when you have an established hegemonic power that has an established hegemony over a region, and a new power emerges within the same region that begins to challenge the hegemony of the existing hegemon, then war is inevitable. Even if the emerging power doesn't explicitly challenge the hegemony, still war is inevitable. So for a Thucydides trap situation to occur, you need an existing hegemon and you need an up and coming rising power. That's where the Thucydides trap happens, and war is inevitable. Now, is India entering a double Thucydides trap with China and the US? Which would mean that India is now emerging as a challenger to China and the US. The answer is no and no. India is not a challenger to China. India is not a challenger to the US currently. China is 4 times more powerful than India. The US is roughly 20 times more powerful than India. The US is not concerned about India at all, in the shape and form India currently has. The US has a very clear policy of containing India now, so that India doesn't rise too much. So there will be no Thucydides trap in the future. The Thucydides trap will occur between India and the US only if India becomes as powerful as China is today. India is not threatening to do that at all. For India to become as powerful as China is today, India needs to become self-sufficient in arms and technology, which will not happen without making deep and massive reforms, especially in the education sector, which is not going to happen anytime soon. So India is not even a threat to China. India can defend itself against China, most likely. India is not a threat to China. China doesn't fear that India is going to walk into Tibet and take over Tibet. Yeah. So I don't think the Chinese fear India. But the Chinese are wary of India. They know that despite India's problems, India can still grow. And that is an issue for China. But they are pleased that India is not doing any of the reforms that the Chinese did 20, 30 years ago. The Chinese began by overhauling their education system, making it completely professional, merit-based, focused on excellence and focused on science and technology and all that. Right? India is not doing any of that. So China is not concerned. The US is not concerned. So India is not entering any double Thucydides trap or even a single Thucydides trap. When will China get alarmed about India? When India overhauls the education system, starts attracting its Indian talent back into India, and starts becoming self-sufficient, genuinely wide-rangingly self-sufficient in technology and the military domain. When India develops its own jet engines and starts manufacturing aircraft, fighter aircraft at scale. When India starts churning out warships and submarines at scale. When India starts developing frontier AI models. When India becomes self-sufficient in semiconductors and starts manufacturing some of the best chips in the world, that's where China will get frightened of India. India is nowhere near this. India is not even attempting to reform the education system. So there is no double Thucydides trap. But second question, should we stop the Vishwaguru slogans and focus on development? Yeah. We should ban the word Vishwaguru for the next 30 years. We should also ban the word superpower for the next 30 years. Enough of this Vishwaguru sloganeering and superpower sloganeering. We are not Vishwaguru. We are not even threatening to be anything close to Vishwaguru. We are Vishwakuli and Vishwa student the way things stand. So that needs to change. And we have all the potential to change it, but we need the will to change and the desire to change, which has to come top down. That currently, as of now, isn't quite there. Okay. Ankita Kachap, good evening, ma'am. Ankita ji says, has US-Iran conflict strengthened the relevance of India's policy of strategic autonomy? Okay. So India has done the right thing by staying out of this conflict. India has not tried to offer its good offices for mediation. India has not tried to lecture the US or to lecture Iran. India has stayed out of the conflict. Right? This has obviously been the right approach. Strategic autonomy. How strategically autonomous is India? Reasonably strategically autonomous. The US-Iran conflict, has it strengthened the relevance of strategic autonomy? Well, see, most nations can't afford to be strategically autonomous because they're too small and too weak. They have to take a side somewhere. That's why most nations in the world are vassals of somebody or the other. There's only 6 actually fully sovereign nations in the world: the US, Russia, China, India, Iran, and Israel. That's it. There's no other sovereign nations in the world. And even in these 6, if you go deeper, you will find that there is a lack of energy sovereignty in China and India, and a lack of technological sovereignty in India, at least. Those are issues, right? So there's only 6 genuinely sovereign nations in the world if you disregard those little nitpicks. So only 6 nations can afford to be strategically autonomous, and out of these, 2-3 are the top 3 are the US, Russia, and China. Russia and China are working together to counterbalance and offset the US. India is trying to be its own pole, but how long is this gonna be sustainable is the question. The next 5 years are going to be crucial. And overall, India's relevance has actually declined because of the Iran-US conflict. The US has targeted ships carrying Indian sailors with impunity. The US destroyed an Iranian unarmed naval ship which was returning home from India in the Indian Ocean, which India claims is India's strategic backyard. India is hugely dependent on energy from the Strait of Hormuz, and this conflict has exposed India's critical vulnerability over there. So overall, India's stature geopolitically has come down as a consequence of this conflict. Strategic autonomy, well, you are genuinely strategically autonomous if you don't import weapons from abroad, and if you are completely independent in terms of energy, and you are completely independent in terms of technology. India is not these things. So I'm not sure India is genuinely, completely strategically autonomous. India can be coerced using these levers. That's the issue. So overall, India's stature has diminished as a consequence of this conflict. The Americans have made it a point to put India in its place. And they're actively doing it ever since May 2025. Prataradana says, I have seen DNA admixture results. Only Slavs and some Baltics have Saka related ancestry. That's to only 10 to 5%. Germans have, etc., have zero Saka ancestry. Right. Okay, you've seen this. And the Baltics, of course, the Baltics, which is North Western Europe, the Baltic republics, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they have some Saka related ancestry as per your analysis. And Germans have almost nothing. So the Slavs obviously will have some of it, of course. The Ukrainians and the Russians and whoever, they will have some of it. No surprise there. The Baltics, I'm not surprised. Germans, no Saka ancestry. Again, no surprise there. The further west you go, the more R1b you find. Saka, the Scythians were R1a, just like the Indians. And the Yamnaya, the cousins, are R1b, slightly different lineage. Definitely R1 lineage, but R1a, R1b. So Indians and Scythians R1a, Yamnaya R1b. Both are descendants of R1 and R. Both are very closely related, but definitely different. So the further west you go into Europe, the more you see the incidence and prevalence of R1b. So yeah, but if you go to Ireland, you still will find R1a actually. Not sure if it is because of Scythian influence or whatever, but let's see what's the percentage of R1a in Ireland, the westernmost part of Europe. Okay, what percentage of Ireland's male population has the R1a haplogroup? Let's see, must be like 0.5% to 4.5% of native male population. So the average national frequency is about 2.5%, right? R1b, see, it reaches a global peak of about 85% among Irishmen. So the further west you go, the more the prevalence you will find of R1b. Historical migration and so on. Okay, what percentage of Scythian, of known Scythian male skeletons? What percentage? Let's see. Must be huge. 50 to 60%. Massive. Especially the R1a Z93 subclade, which is the Indian subclade, which is very commonly found in India, across various parts of India. So yeah, that sort of thing, right? So yeah, no big surprise to know this. But thank you for sharing this. Kakashi says, did you see that new street in Hyderabad named after Trump? What? Really? We are not serious country. Made me sick. Sergio Gore, subnational diplomacy must end. We are laughing stock. Sergio Gore is trying to position himself as the viceroy of India. That guy is trying to do that, right? We need to deal with him appropriately and diplomatically, Sergio Gore. But he has been given the mission of essentially trying to position himself as the viceroy of India. The viceroy means the hand of the king, essentially. So there's a new street in Hyderabad named after Trump. Really, that's shocking. That's unacceptable. Has a street in Hyderabad, India, been named after Donald Trump? A major street in Hyderabad, India was officially named Donald Trump Avenue. And fascinating, brilliant, wonderful. What else? India, the Indian inferiority complex and Indian slave-minded behavior is very visible here, sadly. Mental colonization. Kakashi says, in the West, capital controls the government. In China, it's the reverse. The government controls capital. Pretty much correct. Yeah. Very apt observation. I agree with this. Right Angle says, what you have done in my situation and action. Thank you. What situation? Are you the same person who said that you are surrounded by enemies and all that? Is that you? Is that you who said that? I don't remember. It's been a while. I'm trying to now look look up older super chats which are no longer starred, so I can't say. Uh, Look, I don't know what your situation is. Without any specifics, I really can't tell you, sir. I can't tell you. See, I'm sure you can't share specifics because of various reasons. I understand that. But without specifics, without knowing specifics, I can't tell you a thing. What can I say? I can't tell you a thing. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I Without knowing specifics, I can't give you advice. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, imagine Earth itself is conscious. Humanity is merely equivalent to bacteria living on its skin. Question: could intelligence exist on scales so large that we are incapable of recognizing it? The short answer is yes, it could. Let's say you are a neuron, a nerve cell, living inside a human brain. You're wondering, are we living in a simulation? Is there something out there? How large is the universe? How big is the observable universe? A neuron is thinking these things. The neuron itself is part of a massive collective intelligence, isn't it? It has no idea it is part of a massive collective intelligence. So that's one example of something being part of an intelligence without realizing it is. Right? So, yeah, intelligence could exist on scales so vast that we simply will be incapable of recognizing it. We may even ourselves be part of something more massive in scale and so on, and intelligent, and we would perhaps not know about it. It's possible. Yeah. Okay. Kakashi says, why is Cuba opening up? Did they sell out under threats? Or consciously choosing paths like China, Vietnam, etc.? Secondly, why rising anti-India attacks in Five Eyes countries? You see, Cuba has no choice left. Cuba in the past, like in the 20th century, they had powerful benefactors and protectors. The most powerful benefactor and protector obviously was the USSR. The USSR could guarantee Cuba's protection and safety. Today, Cuba is all alone. Nobody can really guarantee Cuba's safety. The US can walk in tomorrow morning if they want to with their military. The US enforced a blockade of Cuba, energy blockade. Hospitals shut down. Electricity in hospitals was shut down. God knows how many patients died who were on ventilators and so on. What can Cuba do about this? It's not selling out. It's giving in. What? How many more deaths do you want? Is what the leaders of Cuba will have to ask themselves, right? So I suppose, look, it's just leverage and coercion. There's nothing Cuba can do about this. Sure, they can say that, okay, we will fight till the last breath and all, but what does that achieve? A nation in Cuba's position, it can only be a vassal eventually, or sooner or later, right? Unless you are super powerful, unless you have the technological wherewithal to stand up to the hegemon, you need to have the weapons and all that, nuclear weapons and so on. Cuba has none of these things, so Cuba has no choice. China was far away from the US, Vietnam far away from the US. That's why they can engage with the US without being threatened. Cuba is right next door. So, yeah. Okay, rising anti-India attacks in Five Eyes countries, because times have changed. The US has decided it's no longer going to cooperate with India and align itself with India and help the Indian economy grow. The US has now decided India must be contained, because India is trying its best to remain sovereign. India is not aligning itself with the West. India is not agreeing to become a vassal. And that's why these things are going to happen. It's a natural consequence of India standing up for itself and refusing to bend the knee and refusing to become a vassal. A natural consequence of that. Varinder Singh says, Y7 is India's predominant R1A. DNA plotter shows mine Z2125, rare in India, 1 to 2%, but 40% in Central Asia. Big Y700, the world's most advanced Y DNA test, worth it? Y7 or Y700? Let me see. What is Y7? Y7. No, no. Y7, Y700. Let's see what that is. What's that? DNA. What's DNA? Y7 DNA. Explore your father's line with Big Y700. The Big Y700 is the most advanced Y-DNA test offered by Family Tree DNA. Designed exclusively for genetic males. What's a genetic male? Okay. It maps your direct patrilineal lineage, father to son, by analyzing both short tandem repeat and single nucleotide polymorphism markers to discover your precise haplogroup and find distant paternal relatives. Big Y700 gives a comprehensive high resolution scan of your Y chromosome, 700 plus STR short tandem repeat markers, over 200,000 single nucleotide polymorphism markers, exact branch on the human Y-DNA haplotree, deep paternal tracing, and so on and so forth. Okay, fantastic. And that's the test, and I'll not go further into it. I'm not trying to advertise these people, but okay. So you discovered that you are Z2125. What's Z2125? It's obviously a subclade of R1A, Z2125, R1A, Z2125, haplogroup Z2125. It occurs at highest frequencies in Kyrgyzstan and Afghan Pashtuns. So images. So you'll see there are various subclades of R1A. And the Z2125, yeah, it's beyond northern India. Right. So in the subcontinent, it's a kind of rare, 1 to 2%, but 40% in Central Asia. So clearly, this is something that emerged out of India in the past 5 or 6,000 years, right? And you happen to be part of that family. Very interesting. Very interesting. So R1A is the most predominant male haplogroup in India. The majority of, well, probably 50-60% of Indian males may have this. What's the frequency? Let's see. What percentage of Indian males are believed or estimated to belong to the R1A star haplogroup? R1A star haplogroup must be 17.5%. Okay, R1A star. National average 15 to 20%. Regional variations and so on. Okay, community variance. Right, R1A frequency of population. Okay, so it's not like it's 15 to 20%. It's not like 50%. 15 to 20%. It's still not, which obviously is still a major component. Okay. So Big Y700 is the world's most advanced Y-DNA test. Is it worth it? Well, it's your choice. Would I take? Look, I would be very interested to know what haplogroup I belong to, which extended family I belong to. But to do that, I would have to donate my DNA sample to some private company. Am I willing to do that? I am not willing to do that. I won't do that myself. How much would it cost? Maybe $200, $500, whatever, right? Not an insignificant amount of money, but I suppose many people can afford that. A one-time thing. But then you're donating your precious DNA to some private company. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do from my perspective. You can all differ from my perspective. You can have a different perspective. I would not do it. So how much does this Y700 cost? How much does the big Y-700 DNA test cost? $1,000. How much is that? $449 USD. Okay. So less than $500. So what's like that? 550, 5 lakh rupees? No, 50,000 rupees. If 500, yeah, 5 lakh rupees, right? Is it? $100 is how many rupees? If $1 is roughly 100 rupees, $100 is 10,000 rupees. So yeah, this is going to be like 50,000 rupees. Not tremendously expensive, but not cheap either. Is it worth it? It's It's your personal decision whether it's worth it for you not or not. Okay. The Hell Dragon says, how plausible is it that a pre-Younger Dryas advanced human species and community existed whose remains may be deep underwater? It's very, very possible, but we don't have evidence of that. Look, the Younger Dryas thing was this 1,000-year phenomenon where the Ice Age returned. Right? About 1,000 years, the world was cooled again, and then the Ice Age eventually ended. So the Younger Dryas may have been caused by an asteroid impact event or something, and they've discovered an asteroid somewhere an impact crater somewhere in Greenland, which potentially may perhaps support the Younger Dryas impact event theory. But if such a thing happened, it would not have wiped out humanity. Obviously, it did not wipe out humanity. Right. Our ancestors survived the Younger Dryas thing. So could there have been a more advanced human species? Well, they would have left something behind. 10,000, 11,000 years is too short a time to wipe out all evidence of a more advanced human species. So I think it's highly unlikely, but not entirely impossible. Pratharadana says, Trump has authorized sale of advanced engines to Turkey for their 5th generation aircraft. Is this anti-Greece, Israel, India action by Trump? This is an action that actually further vassalizes Turkey, because Turkey is now dependent on American engines. Right? And I am pretty sure the Americans can disable engines remotely if they want. So if Turkey does anything that is like a military action against, for example, Israel, the Americans will probably disable the engines and prevent the aircraft from doing a thing. If Turkey tries to use those aircraft against Israel. If Turkey tries to use the aircraft against Greece, well, the Americans will decide on a case-by-case basis. So this essentially makes Turkey completely dependent on the United States. It makes Turkey's 5th generation fighter plane completely dependent on the United States. I think that's a very smart thing to do. As long as you can remotely control those engines, the Americans most likely can do that. Which is why it's not the best idea for India to purchase American engines. And what if the Americans can't remotely disable those engines? Well, in that case, it could potentially be an anti-Greece, anti-Israel, India action by Trump. But Trump is not stupid. The Americans are not stupid. They will not do such a thing. They will not do anything that jeopardizes Israel's interests. Okay? And maybe this can make the Americans cap this or control the speed at which these 5th generation fighter planes become operational. Let's say they sign a contract that we will supply 50 engines a year, but they actually end up supplying only 5 a year, like they're doing with India. Maybe 3 a year. And that completely messes up Turkey's program. Right? So actually, it's a very smart thing to do. Really smart thing to do. Sachin Kumar is thinking, good to see you, sir. The question is, why launch an interstellar mission today when maybe hundreds of years, maybe 100 years of tech advances could let a later craft overtake it, wasting the whole trip? Well, you do it today because you have no guarantee that in 100 years you're gonna be so advanced that something will overtake it. There's no guarantee of it. Just because in the future you may have more advanced technology doesn't mean that you stop doing anything today. You must constantly endeavor to stretch the frontiers and boundaries. You can't say, okay, let's not do anything 100 years and let's just develop better technology for 100 years. And then in 100 years, we'll launch a mission or something. No, that's not the right approach. The right approach is whatever the best technology is available today, use that and launch missions. Because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's no guarantee that tomorrow will bring this or that. There's no guarantee whatsoever. Do what you can today. That is the right approach. Pradeep Kumar Roy says about siphonophores. Are they real life aliens? What are siphonophores? Siphonophores. Siphonophores. What are these things? Ooh, they look scary. These are cnidarian animals of the hydrozoan order Siphonophore. According to the World Register of Marine Species, the order contains 194 species described so far. These beings are highly polymorphic and complex organisms which blur the line between individual organisms and colonial organisms. Siphonophores, what do they look like? They look pretty alienish. Well. What on earth is this thing? Clearly, it's on Earth. Woolly siphonophore. Meet the siphonophore. Ooh, looks scary. Looks really alienish. It actually reminds you of the movie Alien, right? The xenomorph thing. So these belong to which family? The hydrozoan order Siphonophore. Siphonophore. Interesting. Real life aliens? They certainly look like real life aliens, yeah? Yes. Bhalaman says, Sri Lankans and Sinhalese language are considered Indo-Aryan. Doesn't this break the misconception that fair-skinned Aryans of fair-skinned Aryans and dark-skinned Dravidians? Of course it does. That's colonial BS. Fair-skinned Aryans and dark-skinned Dravidians. And then the argument they can make is that this Sinhalese have spent so many centuries all the way down south, the southernmost part of the subcontinent, that's why they became dark in skin. Well, that's the same argument for the southern Indians becoming dark in skin, because they have spent so many centuries in lower latitudes. So this obviously breaks the misconception. This breaks the colonial BS of fair-skinned Aryans and dark-skinned Dravidians. Of course it does. Of course. The Gremlin says, I have been a long-time viewer of your channel and absolutely love your content and the amount of effort you put into your research. I'd love to see you do shows with AI more often. First of all, thank you so much, sir. The Gremlin, you've been a long-time viewer and you love my content. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'll be happy to do more shows with AI. Happy to, of course. He is so much fun to talk with. A really, really well-read and very intelligent person, and always fun to talk to him. So I would love to do more of that. So thank you for the recommendation, which I shall, well, operationalize sooner or later. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what is the midnight zone inside oceans? I suppose it's that part of the ocean where sunlight doesn't reach. I suppose that's what it means, but let's look it up. Midnight zone of oceans. Yeah, so pitch black layer of the ocean, crushing pressure, near freezing temperatures, total absence of sunlight. Absolutely right. So sunlight fades to total blackness by 1000 meters, and that's where the midnight zone starts, indeed. The Kaiser Franz Beckenbauer says, please look into Bodhidharma. The Pallava prince celebrated in China as the father of Shaolin Kung Fu. Is Shaolin just a derivative of Kalarippayattu? Let us see about Bodhidharma. Let's look up Bodhidharma. Where shall we look it up? Let's look it up over here. Let's see. I'm looking it up on my own channel. Bodhidharma. Do we have something about Bodhidharma? Nothing. Oh no. What about Kung Fu? Not King Fu, Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Is Kalarippayattu ancestral to all martial arts? Right? I have spoken on multiple occasions about Bodhidharma. The question is Kalarippayattu ancestral to Kung Fu? Do we know for sure that Bodhidharma was a Pallava prince? The Chinese state that Bodhidharma was a prince from southern India and a monk from southern India. So if he was from southern India, it could be Chera, Pallava, Pandya, Chola, could be any of those. We don't know that he was Pallava, first of all. We don't know that. Okay. You could go to the Shaolin Temple website and you can see what they have to say about Bodhidharma, the first abbot of the monastery and the person who brought the martial art into China from India. Okay. Now, if you see the form of Kalari Payutu and Shaolin Kung Fu, completely, totally different. Totally different. I don't see any connection between the two. Kalari Payutu is completely different from Shaolin Kung Fu. I don't see any connection. They are both martial arts. That's the only connection. So most likely, what must have happened is that, let's say, Bodhidharma was from somewhere in southern India. We don't know from which part of southern India he was, first of all. Okay. Kalari Payutu is a martial art that's practiced in Kerala. Bodhidharma could have been from any part of southern India. So he goes to China. He goes to a temple which is now called the Shaolin Temple. And why does he go there? He goes there because the Chinese have requested India to send a new scholar, because the existing scholar, Bodhidharma, had passed away. Bodhidharma had gone to China to translate Sanskrit texts into Chinese. There was a massive demand in China for translating Sanskrit texts into Chinese so that the Chinese can benefit from Indian knowledge and wisdom. So that's why Bodhidharma had gone to China. And the Shaolin Temple was actually established so that Bodhidharma could do his work in peace. The Shaolin Temple was established for Bodhidharma. And the actual original purpose of the temple was to be a place where an Indian monk, scholar, Bodhidharma, can do his translation in peace. So it was not a martial arts temple. It was a Buddhist temple, a dharmic temple. So Bodhidharma goes to Shaolin Temple. He does his job for a few years. He's translating things, Sanskrit texts into Chinese, and eventually he becomes elderly and he passes away. So the Chinese send a message to India. Please send somebody to replace the great venerable Bodhidharma who sadly has passed away. So India sends, so whichever king this message came to, he sent Bodhidharma as the replacement for Bodhidharma. So Bodhidharma goes all the way north and it travels all the way to China, which would have taken like a couple of years, 2-3 years, long perilous journey. And then he finally arrives in Shaolin and he finds that Shaolin Temple, you have monks there, but they are not living a life of great peace because you have bandits from the forest who are constantly attacking the temple. So Bodhidharma tells the monks there, okay, we will do our job of translation. That's fine. But let's first learn how to defend ourselves from these bandits. So Bodhidharma then proceeds to teach the monks, the Chinese monks there, an Indian martial art. A martial art that you can use that doesn't require you to be armed, an unarmed martial art. And that probably was a yoga based martial art. And that martial art probably doesn't exist in India anymore. So the martial art that Bodhidharma taught to the Chinese was an Indian martial art, probably was based in yoga, and it no longer exists in India today. And that martial art eventually became what the Chinese now call Kung Fu. So Kung Fu came from India. And Bodhidharma also brought something else to China. Dhyana meditation, dhyana. The Chinese eventually called it Chan. They could not say dhyana, they said Chan, and they transmitted it further east into Japan. And the Japanese said, oh, Chan, Zen meditation, Zen Buddhism. That is the story. The Indian martial arts have been wiped out. That almost nothing is left. Kalari Payutu is something that kind of exists in Kerala. Nice performance-based martial art. You can be armed or unarmed in Kalari Payutu. Big jumping, flying leaps and all that. Very spectacular to watch, clearly. What else do we have in India? Which other martial arts still exist? You have something called Shastra Vidya up north. which kind of still barely exists. Martial art of the Rajputs is almost gone. You have something called Mer Ras in Gujarat. You must have seen the Gujarat dandiyas, right? Dandiya dance. This is like dandiya, but with swords and shields. And if you see the dance, it's actually a dance. But if you see it, you will realize it's actually what's left of an ancient martial art, sword fighting martial art. That's barely in existence. And if you go eastwards in the far east of India, you have Manipuri martial arts, which still exist, but even some of it is lost. And that's about it. So most of the Indian martial arts were suppressed by the Mughals, the Turks, and then the British. And that's why almost nothing is left. Which is why the original martial art that was transmitted to China probably no longer exists in India. So I don't believe at all that Shaolin Kung Fu has any connection with Kalari Payutu. I don't see any connection whatsoever. Ankita Kachop says, multiple significant EQKs across different continents in a short span. Are we witnessing unusual geopolitical pattern or simply a coincidence explained by tectonic plate shift? Possible role of HARP, your opinion. You're talking about earthquakes, multiple significant earthquakes across different continents in a short span. No, totally natural. There's something called the Ring of Fire. You always have earthquakes there. Always. So let's see. Okay, let's query this. Let's see. Please list the number of 7+ earthquakes on the Richter scale from 2010 until today. Let's see. What do we get? Can the Google AI give us an answer? Thinking a little longer, it says. List of 21st century earthquakes and so on. Come on, Gemini, do it. Do we have, or shall we have to resort to a different AI? Earthquakes measuring 7+ on the Richter scale. Let's see. Let's try it again. Globally, an average of 10 to 20 earthquakes of magnitude 7 or higher occur every year. Every year. So since 2010, you have about 250 to 300 major earthquakes worldwide, which were 7+ on the Richter scale. Right? 7+ is massive. 7+ is very damaging. So this is something that happens all the time. You see, it says what? 10 to 20 earthquakes every year. More than one a month. More than one earthquake every month. So I don't think that's unusual at all. This my policy is that as long as you can attribute something to natural causes, don't attribute it to something that is artificial or something that needs a more fantastical explanation. The simplest explanation typically is the most parsimonious way forward. So I would say I would not attribute this to geopolitical pattern or HARP or something like that, right? Most likely this is just natural occurrences. That's the way I see it. Okay. Abhijit Kumar says, I mailed you a PDF. Please open it in video. I am not opening my email on video. Sorry. I won't be doing that. There is something called privacy. One does not do such things on a live stream. Opening your personal email. You do not do that. Don't ever do it. Anybody. To all of my viewers, don't ever open your personal email on a live stream. Don't ever do that. So I will not be able to do that, sir, but I'll look into it. Thank you, sir. Sachin Kumar is thinking, says, have you seen Pluribus or Dark? I have heard of both. I've heard very good things about Dark, but I haven't seen either of these. I haven't seen these. Pratardana says, DRDO GTRE had quietly transferred the technology for single crystal turbine blades and even ordered the blades from PTC Industries in late 2025. They have transferred the technology. Okay, let's see. DRDO, GTRE, single. No, let's scratch the single. I said DRDO, not BRDO. DRDO. PTC Industries. Let's see, what do we have? PTC Industries was awarded a landmark purchase order for DRDO's gas turbine research establishment to perform advanced post-cast operations on single crystal, ready-to-fit turbine blades. This milestone signifies a major leap in Atmanirbharta, blah, blah, blah. PTC Industries project. The partnership centers on the indigenous development of the most highly complex and technically demanding components in a modern jet engine, single crystal turbine blades. PTC was contracted to execute the complete post-cast operations for these blades. Previously, only handled by a handful of organizations globally, this delicate process includes machining and high-tolerance grinding, vacuumed heat treatment and brazing, thermal barrier coating, and powder vapor deposition. Okay, so has GTRE, let's see, has DRDO's GTRE transferred any technology to PTC Industries? Yes, they have actively collaborated to indigenize blah blah blah. Oh, single crystal turbine blades. Excuse me. Fantastic. I would say this is brilliant. This is outstanding. The first major thing is that we now have the technology to manufacture single crystal blade, single crystal turbine blades, right? That thing. Yeah, that's fantastic. So now you have the private sector entering into this, and it's going to supply DRDO, GTRA with these components, finished turbine blades. Fantastic. So, sometimes you do these things without fanfare, without any big announcement, without any big extravagant, thing like that. I think it's a good policy to do that quietly. So good, great, fantastic, awesome. Prateep Kumar Roy says, how do magnetars produce such enormous magnetic fields? Magnetars are highly magnetized pulsars. Right? They highly magnetized pulsars. What's a pulsar? It's a spinning neutron star, and it spins rapidly. And the process of spinning generates radio waves, which come to Earth as pulses. Beep, 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 beep. That's what we hear. That's a pulsar. The radio waves are essentially electromagnetic radiation. So that's a standard pulsar. But now you have magnetars. They produce ridiculously massive magnetic fields. They'll rip your atoms apart. That's how powerful the magnetic fields are if you go anywhere close to this. How does that happen? So the question is, how is a magnetic field produced? How is a small, tiny magnetic field produced? It's produced by moving charges. Moving charges generate magnetic fields. Very simple. So the smaller the charge that's moving around, the smaller the magnetic field. The larger the charges that are moving around, the stronger the magnetic field. And magnetars have shockingly powerful magnetic fields. The most powerful magnetic fields probably in the universe. So they will have massive charges that are spinning around. Massive charges. So clearly that's not entirely neutrons that this object is made of. You're going to have probably electrons and protons, either or both, that are present in significant quantities. I'm just thinking from first principles. I've not actually examined the properties of magnetars. But since they produce incredibly massive magnetic fields, they can't be made only of neutrons, because neutrons are neutral. Neutrons also have layers like onions. Okay, neutrons also have layers like onions where you have charge, but overall, the total charge of a neutron is zero. right? So let's double check this. Let's fact check this. Do magnetars? No. Let's. Are magnetars made only of neutrons, or do they contain other charged particles as well? Let's see. Not composed. Exactly. That's my point, right? Yeah, about 10% of charged particles, protons and electrons. Exactly. And that explains the ridiculous magnetic fields they create. There we have it. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says about sacred geometry and its links with Freemasons. I know nothing about Freemasons, so I don't know what to say. Don't have any answer to this question. I don't know anything about the Freemasons. I have not studied them. I'm sure it's a fascinating topic, and a lot of mystery obviously is attached to this topic, but I don't know anything about the Freemasons and their sacred geometry or whatever that is. I am ignorant about this topic, sadly. So can't say a thing about this. Sorry. Rohit says, basic question, what is a field in physics? And that's a basic question. What's a field in physics? What's a field in physics? It's that's a great question. How do you describe a field in physics? Non-mathematically, how do you describe it? So let's say you have a magnetic field. We were discussing magnetic fields just a while ago. What is a magnetic field? So you have magnetic lines of force, okay? Those loops, magnetic lines of force, and they stretch out essentially into infinity. But the further you go from the poles of the magnet, the weaker the effect is, the magnetic effect is. So a field is, okay, in terms of magnetism, it's the effect of the magnetic it's the magnetic effect that stretches out essentially across the universe into infinity. That's what it is. It's the effect of the magnet stretching out into infinity. The closer you are to the magnet, the stronger it is. The further you are away, the weaker it is. That's the magnetic field or produced by a specific magnet. What is, for example, if you go into quantum field theory is all about fields. You have how many? You have 26 elementary particles in the standard model, probably roughly, yeah, 26. And each particle essentially is a field, produces a field. So field essentially is the effect of, let's say, a particle like the photon that exists across the universe. And other particles, etc., can interact with it. That's what a field is. Does it make sense? And it's not two-dimensional like your fields of agriculture. It's three-dimensional. So you have here a photon field, which is the electromagnetic field. The photon is the mediator of the electromagnetic force. You have a gravitational field, which is the effect of gravity over here. Right? So that's what fields are essentially. I'm sure I'm not communicating this in the most effective manner because I've not thought about answering this question in the past. Communicating complicated topics in the simplest manner, you have to first think about it before you do it. So very interesting question you've asked, and it's not a stupid question or a basic question, it's a profound question. And please ask this again after I've thought about this. I'm sure I'll give you a better answer at that point in time. Because it's easy to define a field mathematically, but to explain it using analogies, that's a little difficult, isn't it? Right, okay. Varinder Singh says, are we the last culture who still keeps Sanskrit names? So where do you still find Sanskrit names across the world? We certainly find Sanskrit names in India, we know that. Now let's yeah, that's a great question. First of all, let's look at the map, okay? Let's look at the map. So let's go further east from India. further east. Let's go to Thailand. So let's say you fly eastwards, you cross the Andaman Sea, you cross this peninsula, and you go to Bangkok, for example. Okay. So if you go to Bangkok, what is this airport called? There's an airport here. What is it called? It's called Suvarnabhumi Airport. That's a very Sanskrit name, Suvarnabhumi, right? Uh, let's see. Ratchapuri, Pechapuri. What else do we have? Sarapuri, Loppuri, Uthai Sthani, Kanchanapuri. You still find a lot of Sanskrit based names in Thailand. Sukhothai, Uttaraditya. You'll find lots of names that are based in Sanskrit. Kanchanapuri is a very clear one, right? What else? So Buri, when you say Buri, it's actually Puri. Kanchanapuri means the land of gold, essentially, isn't it? Puri Ram. What else do we have? Udonasthani, and so on. So you have that in Thailand for sure. Okay. Then you have the great river here. Which is the great river here? This is the Mekong River. What's the origin of the name of the Mekong River? It's Maganga, Mother Ganga. So you have that. So you will still find Sanskrit origin names in Southeast Asia, especially in Thailand. Okay. And many Thai names of people also have Sanskrit origins, but those are little hard to see. Now, when it comes to Indonesia, I'm sure you will find Indian names. Yavadvip became Java. Okay, Yavadvip became Java. And here you have Sumatra. So this is Yavadvip. Yogyakarta, Jakarta, Surabaya. Lots of Indian names you'll find here. Now, when it comes to Indonesia, you will still find Indian names of people, Sanskrit names of people. For example, one of the former leaders of Indonesia was Megawati Sukarnoputri. Megawati Sukarnoputri. That's a very Sanskrit name, isn't it? Right? So, in Indonesia, Indonesia obviously has been Islamized in the past 2-3 centuries. So in Indonesia, they still have Sanskrit names, and you will find very strange combinations in Indonesia, which perhaps will offend Hindus and Muslims both. Mohammed Vishnu. That's the kind of name you find in Indonesia. So I think you still have some Sanskrit names that you will find in Indonesia, some in Thailand, but mostly, obviously, India and Nepal. Bangladesh, you won't find that much now. Yeah, so that's where you still find Sanskrit names. But more or less, we are the last culture, more or less. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, was Aristotle a real deal like Plato and Socrates, or was he just a puppet of Philip II of Macedon who just helped expand his empire? I think Aristotle was a reasonably learned man, probably a very, very learned man. He was the tutor of the son of Philip II of Macedon, wasn't he? Who was Aristotle's most famous pupil? Who was Aristotle's most famous pupil? Come on. Alexander of Greece, right? Right. I'm sure it was a real deal. I'm sure. Prajwal says, sir, why teaching about someone like Jaswant Singh Rawant who killed 300 Chinese soldiers not included in our textbook? So sad. I don't know. In India, we don't want to give students role models beyond the standard role models that that are being glorified since 1947, right? We want to keep Indians mentally colonized. We want to keep Indians deprived of real heroes. Deprived of real heroes, right? So Jaswant Singh Rawat. Let's find out about Jaswant Singh Rawat. Jaswant Singh Rawat. Jaswant Singh Rawat. Mahavir Chakra. Okay. Uh, so Battle of Nuranang. What did he do? The battle resulted in 300 Chinese casualties, and the 4th Garhwal Rifles lost 2 men and had 8 wounded. So the entire battle resulted in 300 Chinese casualties. It would be incorrect to say that this one gentleman, brave soldier fast, killed all 300, but clearly he had a major contribution in that. Rawat company did okay, and okay, so he, yeah, very very brave, very honorable, valiant hero of India, and yeah, nobody has, you know, his name probably won't feature in any textbooks. Sadly, unfortunate, sad. Ankita Kachap says, will the race of AI dominance become more important than nuclear or space superiority? Yeah, currently it is, because AI is something you can develop iteratively, very rapidly, or here on Earth. Space superiority is actual hardware that would take it to space, in orbit and beyond, which takes a lot of time. So iterative development of space capabilities is a long-term and slower process, but development of AI systems is a very rapid process, as long as you have the resources and the money. And AI obviously gives you tremendous decision-making capabilities and much more, right? If you have a powerful enough AI, you can hack everything in the world. You can find vulnerabilities in the uh, cybersecurity measures of your adversaries, which is why mythos is, Anthropic's mythos model is out right now being uh, you know you they are not making it available to even US citizens beyond a few corporations. There's an export ban. There is an embargo on that model. That model apparently is so powerful and so brilliant, it can find security vulnerabilities anywhere in any system. So that obviously will be currently being it will be in the process of being used by the Americans to find every possible vulnerability in Chinese cybersecurity measures and Russian cybersecurity measures and Indian cybersecurity measures. So right now, AI dominance, the race for that is becoming way more important than nuclear or space superiority. It's not just that, it's so many other things that AI will give you a decisive advantage in, not just cybersecurity, which is just one domain. So many other things, battlefield targeting, battlefield intelligence, and so many other things, right? That's why the AI race is right now the most significant race in the world. Kiki Sushant says, also, since my first membership was a gift, after it got expired, I'm not able to renew it. Today is the same day. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't have any say in how this is done. This is a feature of the platform, YouTube. Uh, if there's an issue with that, I am not the person who can fix that. The YouTube has its own rules and whatever as a platform. I don't even know how it works. The membership thing. So I'm sorry that this is the situation, but it's okay. That's fine. If you are unable to renew a membership, that's not an issue for me. That's not an issue, right? I just value all my viewers the way they are. You don't have to be a member to be valuable to me. All right? No problem, sir. Thank you so much. The Kaiser Franz Beckenbauer says, who was better, Zhukov or Patton or MacArthur? Well, Admiral Zhukov was, if you see the scale and magnitude of victories, I would say Zhukov. Pattern. See, the simple question is this: who really won? No, who really defeated the Nazis? Who had the larger contribution in defeating the Nazis? Was it the US led West or was it the USSR? And the unambiguous answer is the USSR. The USSR did the bulk of the fighting, the bulk of the dying, and the bulk of the winning. And the US just came in to mop things up. And then they made 100 movies about how great they were. And Field Marshal Zhukov had a major role to play in the Soviet victories. So overall, I would say from that perspective, probably Zhukov. Probably Zhukov. Okay. Sanket says CR7 haters, hardship, success. What can we learn? Oh, you're talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, right? Cristiano Ronaldo. There's this rivalry between that the audience is created between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. What can we learn? You can learn a lot from Cristiano Ronaldo, from his life, success, all that, right? Hard work, highest standards, discipline, all that matters more than just raw talent. That's what you can learn. Talent isn't enough. Without hard work, discipline, all of that, sacrifice, and the ability to overcome hardships, the mental fortitude, you can't succeed. So that's the lessons you can learn from Cristiano Ronaldo. Here to Win says, are Asians worshipping Vishnu as Buddha? Yeah, in Eastern Asia, yes. Wherever you have majority Buddhist populations, they are worshipping Vishnu as Buddha. Of course they are. Yes. Yeah. Rano Nahapana says, Pakistanis are suddenly claiming Gandhar and Panini as theirs on X. Yeah. There is that campaign going on, which probably is orchestrated by larger and more powerful forces that use Pakistan as a puppet. Right? Yeah. Satvik Santra says, is Golden Dome made to stop the Kinjal missile? Kinjal. Kinjal means khanjar. It means a dagger. The Kinjal missile. It's a hypersonic cruise missile, isn't it? Aircraft launched? Probably. So what is this Golden Dome? Let's find out. What is the Golden Dome? What is the Golden Dome? The Golden Dome is a planned multi-layer missile defense shield designed to protect the entire United States from ballistic, hypersonic, and cruise missiles. First proposed by the US administration, the ambitious program aims to neutralize threats shortly after the launch, including those originating from space. Multi-layered shield. The system spans land, sea, and space, integrating existing ground radar and naval destroyers with futuristic space-based tech. Reminds me very much of something that appeared in the 1980s, the Star Wars system under Ronald Reagan. Reminds me of that. So clearly it's made to stop any kind of threat, including the Kinjal missile. Yes, indeed. Ashutosh Malgaonkar says, Navik gone. Heard Indian civilians used US GPS. So US tracks every Indian then. How to move away from this? Any research on non-satellite tech for civilian navigation? Even when Navik was operational, Indian civilians were still using US GPS. Yeah. I don't think the government of India had made Navik widely available for civilian use, as far as I know. If you had a cell phone, was there any option of using Navik instead of GPS? I'm not sure that it was available. Let's find out, shall we? Was the Indian NAVIC system ever made widely available for civilian use? Yes, it is. Widespread consumer adoption has been limited in the system. Yeah, okay. It requires smartphones and devices with specific receiver chipsets capable of picking up its unique frequencies. Major manufacturers have been rolling out Navik compatible chipsets, Qualcomm processors, and many phones sold in India feature this hardware. While the hardware exists, standard civilian usage has been limited because mainstream mapping and navigation apps generally still rely primarily on the US-based GPS for everyday routing. and so on. So yeah, there's very little adoption, and right now the system is obviously facing a massive, major difficulties. So the US essentially tracks every Indian citizen who uses GPS knowingly or unknowingly in their phone. Of course, how to move away from this? India must develop its own. How to move away? First of all, make Navik operational again. That's number one. Secondly, India should manufacture its own cell phones that use Navik, and those should be on par with the quality of US and Eastern Asian cell phone manufacturers. That's how we do it. So, what people want is they want a high quality cell phone as the best cell phone they can afford, whatever your budget is, whether it is 10,000 rupees or 2 lakh rupees or whatever it is. You want the best cell phone your budget can afford. So you will not purchase an inferior cell phone. So if India wants to, you know, tackle this problem, Indian cell phone manufacturers must exist who make phones that are as good as anything that the Americans or the Chinese or Koreans or whoever makes. That's what needs to happen. Any research on non-satellite technology for civilian navigation? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Abhishek Bharadwaj says, seen your OMAD and water fasting videos. Oh, you've seen those. Okay. Yeah. What's your current health regimen, diet, exercise, supplements, and habits for staying physically fit, mentally sharp, and energetic? Would love an update. Right now, I am getting back into lifting weights and all that. It's been a while since I've been a little lazy of late, a little indisciplined of late. I'm getting back into being regular with my lifting and all that. That's going to take a while to get back into the groove, but I am back, getting back into it right now. I'm getting back into OMAD. OMAD means 1 meal a day. I'm getting back into it. Right now, I am the past 3-4 days practicing OMAD. Yes. Uh, and it's obviously not easy to get your macros, the kind of macros you want in 1 meal, but it's not that hard either. You need a bit of discipline. So right now, that's about it. OMAD is back on. I'm getting back into lifting regularly. As often as possible, I would like to hit a 10,000 steps a day. That's how many? Like 6-7 kilometers walking a day. 7, maybe 8 kilometers in a day, which isn't that much, right? That sort of thing. Right now, no water fasting. I think water fasting is pretty brutal. Water fasting for 3 or 4 days is okay. I suppose most healthy people can do it. But the water fasting you're referring to is the extreme one, isn't it? Right? The longest water fast I've done is 23 days at a stretch, only water. That is brutal, brutal. And you lose muscle mass as a consequence, no matter what you do. So that is not on right now, but yeah, that's the brief update about this. Okay, Arnab Banerjee says, what careers should the Indian youth pursue in 2026 and which careers they must avoid? What's your career advice to the Indian youth? Career advice. There's plenty of career paths you can choose depending on your aptitude and all that. What should you avoid? Avoid anything that makes you dependent on others. Avoid anything that pigeonholes you into a 9 to 5 job or something. It's not. I'm not saying you should not do a job, but you should have options. There's plenty of careers to choose from today. Plenty of careers, but most careers are not for everybody. This is the age of AI, right? AI is going to take over things slowly, gradually, maybe faster than we imagine. And some countries are going to adopt AI rapidly. Some countries are going to do it slower. So we still are trying to see what jobs, what career paths will become redundant eventually. Right now, in the software sector, in the IT services sector, there's a lot of strife. That's a lot of churn that's going to happen. American companies are already laying off Indian employees or Indian offshore workers because they can now use AI for what the Indian workers were doing and so on. Um, and because the Indian IT companies don't really create any products, they're gonna do very poorly in the long run, unless they radically change paths, which is unlikely to happen. So I think you have to look beyond software. Now, what does India? What industries does India have beyond software that give you a high-paying job and good middle-class life and all that? I'm not sure right now. Manufacturing, India has to become a manufacturing power, but it's not there yet. So right now, it's kind of a difficult situation. If you go into science and tech and all that, engineering and all, I suppose the safest path is mechanical engineering or something, right? Where you actually manufacture things and you actually make physical things that the country needs. The country needs infrastructure. The country needs roads, railways, airports, buildings. That stuff is going to be there. That demand is going to be there. So if you're in that path, you're going to have a good career, a viable career. If you go into software and all that, I'm not sure. Not sure right now. But of course, if you learn software programming and all that, and you create products, you create solutions to existing problems, then you will do well. So right now, it's a kind of a confusing time. I think the best long-term career approaches are those that actually contribute genuine value to society and the country. And that value, what does the country need right now? The country needs manufacturing. The country needs infrastructure. So if you have careers that align with these requirements of the country, you're going to do well. So the simple answer is ask yourselves, what is the country going to need for the next 20, 30 years? What does the country really, really need over the next 20 to 30 years? The answer is infrastructure, roads, railways, buildings. It needs that airports, shipyards, ships, aircraft, drones, missiles, fighter planes, so many things. We're going to need that at scale. We need the country to become a manufacturing power. So all kinds of manufacturing industries are hopefully going to emerge. What else does the country need over the next 20, 30 years? Mostly these things. The country also needs homegrown solutions to homegrown problems. Look around. What problems do you see in India that need to be solved? And the solution will take 10, 20, 30 years. These are the answers to your career questions, right? Okay. Godliness says, I have visited Mumbai, Bangalore, and lived in Delhi for a few decades, also been to Jaipur. In no city do we focus on parks and open areas. For India, development means concrete jungle. India deserves better. I completely agree with you. India doesn't, the Indian town planners and bureaucrats, they don't care about beautification of cities, livable spaces. Development means cut down trees and create concrete jungles. Build flyovers everywhere. That's development in India. India needs beautiful cities. India needs livable cities. India needs breathable cities. You need green spaces, open spaces, parks in cities. You need a city to be a pleasant environment to live in. In India, if you want to take a break from whatever you're doing, you have to go to a mall and spend a ton of money there. There's no other activity that's available in cities in India. So India does deserve better. I completely agree with you. Prateep Kumar Roy says about 11BX1371 joke or something sinister. I don't know what this is, but let me Google it. Okay, let's see. 11B X 1371. Viral video sent to something, the plain text base, disturbing unsolved video on the internet. Okay, I have no idea what this is, and I probably should not try and delve deeper into it over here. I have no idea. Don't know about this. Sorry. Right Angle says, can you tell us something about Genghis Khan's childhood? He was born in Mongolia to his father was Yesugei, who was the chieftain of the Borjigin clan, small tribe, the Blue Wolves. His mother's name was Hoylun, and he was supposedly born with a blood clot in his hand. He was clutching a blood clot. And by the time he was 7 or 8 years old or some thereabouts, his father was killed in a raid by the Tatars, who were a Turkic tribe. And then his family was thrown out of the tribe and left to die. Because in Mongolia, if you don't have the support system of a tribe around you and you're out in the wilderness in the winter, death is guaranteed. Mongolia's climate is brutal, harsh, and unforgiving. Temperatures go down to -20, -30 in the winters. You can't survive. There's nothing to eat, no food. But the family somehow survived. And Genghis, his name was Temujin, by the way. His birth name was Temujin. He somehow managed to survive and get his family to survive. And then eventually, by the time he was in his 40s, he had unified Mongolia. That's his childhood in brief. Abhishek Srivastav says, why is Pakistan starting to claim the IVC? Your views. This is not something the Pakistanis have ever wanted. The Pakistanis, the artificial, temporary, fake nation of Pakistan, the entire fundamental basis of the nation is denying its Indian origins and roots. Right? So if some Pakistanis are now doing that on social media, it's probably an indication that there's a bigger power behind this that are trying to erase India's Indianness and claim it for Pakistan or whatever. Probably there's the US behind it or something. AS says, if even Modi can't enact the needed reforms, then can they ever happen? Then can they ever even happen? It seems like that can only happen after abandoning democracy. Maybe you're right. Maybe such massive, deep rooted and wide ranging reforms can't happen in the kind of democratic setup you have in India, because then you lose votes. See, reforms by nature, they cause short term pain or medium term pain, but they are good in the long run. Right? And to do to enact such reforms, it means you're going to be unpopular, at least in the short duration to medium duration. And what is real leadership? It means leadership entails making unpopular and hard decisions for the long term good, greater good. You must be willing to swallow short term and medium term pain for long term prosperity and greatness. That applies to the future of a nation, that applies to individuals. If you want to get physically fit, you have to work out every day, lift weights and run and sprint and all, which is not comfortable. It's painful short term, even medium term. But long term, you're going to be super fit. So in a democracy, everything is short term thinking. Elections every few months in various states, and national elections every 5 years. 5 years is short term. It's not long term or medium term. If you do something that causes short term pain to the people, they will vote you out of power. So it can't work in a democracy. So I agree with you. I agree with what you say. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what about the Kryptos sculpture? What is the Kryptos sculpture? Let's find out. What is the Kryptos sculpture? A sculpture by the American artist Jim Sanborn, located on the grounds of the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters, George Bush Center for Intelligence in Langley, Virginia. What is this? Kryptos sculpture. Yeah, there's probably some kind of encrypted code inside it. Yeah. Intrigued code breakers with its four encrypted messages. 3 have been deciphered. The last part allegedly continues to stump even the most skilled cryptographers after years of attempts. Interesting. Nice little puzzle embedded in a sculpture. That's what it looks like. Okay, interesting. I think I've heard about this in the past. Yeah. Godliness says, Pakistan always used grey zone war and hard power to attack India, but even after massive agitation happening in POK, we are doing nothing. Just press release, we are stuck being soft power with some exceptions. See, I understand the frustrations and so on, but you do understand that Pakistan is not the issue here. Why does Pakistan still exist? It still exists because it is supported by more powerful entities. Between 2012 and 2022, it was supported by China. Before 2012, it was funded, financed, and supported by the United States of America. The US funded and financed everything Pakistan was doing against India. Everything. And after 2022, again, the United States is the overlord of Pakistan. So you have to understand. See, most Indians imagine that in the Indian subcontinent, India is the most powerful nation. That is incorrect. India is not the most powerful nation in the Indian subcontinent. The most powerful nation in the Indian subcontinent is the United States. And you will say, how can that be possible? The United States is on the other side of the planet. Well, I have news for you. The US has something called power projection capabilities. The US is the most powerful geopolitical actor in Western Europe, even though it's on the other side of the Atlantic. The US is the most powerful geopolitical actor in Southeast Asia and East Asia, even though it is far, far away. Understand these things, then you will understand how the world works. So why is Pakistan able to do whatever it does and get away with most of it? Because it has the support of a superpower. That's why. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what is the one book you will recommend everyone to read? Professor Jiang in an interview said his number one recommendation is Homer's Iliad. I will say read the Rig Veda and the Bhagavad Gita. There we have it. Sagar Ghare says, how to be a better Hindu. Learn critical thinking. Give up on all those delusions of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, of non-violence. Read the Rig Veda and try to live a Rigvedic life. If you can. Try and send a horse somewhere and follow it with your soldiers. Be a better Hindu that way. What is the root? What is the origin of Hinduism? It is the Rig Veda. Have you read it? Read it. And try and live up to the Rig Veda. That's how you be a better Hindu. There is no non-violence in the Rig Veda. There is no Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the Rig Veda. What is extolled and glorified in the Rig Veda? Power, strength, greatness, and dharma. All right, sir. That's how you be a better Hindu. Okay. Swastik Mahesh says, why do Indians have an inferiority complex? The Indians have an inferiority complex because of multiple factors. One is the colonial education system. See, today the education system, if when you go to school, college, they will teach you computer science and advanced mathematics and so on, but the method of teaching is deeply colonial. It's based on rote repetition and absolute obedience, and the other subjects they teach you are deeply colonial and colonized. They create an inferiority complex. They will teach you that you never had any heroes, that your ancestors were losers, that the foreign oppressors were actually here to help you, to uplift you from your barbarity and backwardness, that your culture was backward and so on. So the education system, it instills a sense of deep inferiority and self-loathing into Indians. That's number one. Second, the kind of leaders you are made to worship, most of them are not really the right role models for you. Yes, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Subhash Chandra Bose, two examples I can think of, genuinely great leaders and role models, sure. Can you think of any others? Who do they teach you about? I'll not name those fantastic people, but there we have it. Then you have the media. That also, keeps on instilling the inferiority complex. Then you have the entertainment industry that, again, mentally colonizes you and so on. And then you have the fact that the government of India doesn't prioritize sports, which means India only plays one or two sports. And for the longest time, India did not perform well in sports. So that also creates an inferiority complex, that Indians are weak people. We are genetically weak people. We can't be strong. We can't be fast bowlers. Westerners are more powerfully built than us, and all these narratives, they are very prevalent in India, right? The Aryan invasion theory, which is now migration theory. Aryan means white, Indian means black. That's sort of BS. These are the reasons why Indians have an inferiority complex, because of all these colonial lies that are still taught and told today by very prominent people. Godliness says from the last few months, Ukraine has been heavily undermining Russia. US is not backing off and still firing on Iran. Israel is still targeting Hezbollah and Hamas. Where are we heading? Will China bite back on LSE? Bite again on LSE? Well, if China wants to bite at the LSE, they can try. They will discover that India will be prepared and ready for them. I don't think the Chinese will make the Galwan kind of mistake again. The past few months, yeah, Ukraine is hitting at Russia, and Russia is not retaliating for some reason. That is happening. Yes, Russia has taken this law too far, too long. This frozen conflict, this war of attrition thing, it's gone on too long. The US is still firing on Iran. The US is still provoking Iran in a variety of ways. Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, he has his own agenda. He is still targeting Hezbollah and Hamas and so on. Hamas, I can understand. A bunch of bloody terrorists. Yeah. Hezbollah may be a little more nuanced, perhaps, for some people. So where are we heading? We are heading for instability. We are seeing a bifurcation or trifurcation, mostly bifurcation of the world order. That's what we are seeing. We are seeing decades of change, geopolitical change happening in weeks and months. That's what we are seeing. Godliness says, what or who is your inspiration and why? I don't have any one inspiration. I am inspired the most by our ancestors who did such great things, who built the oldest and greatest civilization of all time. Right? I have realized that, look, I was also taught everything you were taught. And that's why I avoided studying Indian history for the longest time. But when I started studying Indian history in my own way, not reading BS textbooks, but reading research papers, looking at the actual hard evidence, scientific papers, archaeological reports, and so on, then I started understanding the real truth about Indian history, that everything we've been taught is a lie. What inspires me is our own great ancestors who made India the greatest and oldest civilization of all time. The first fully industrialized, first fully urbanized civilization, and a civilization that was devoid of cruelty and exploitation. That's what inspires me. Kakashi says, in India, why we use too many Anglo words like Bollywood and New Delhi? It's because of India's mental colonization. If your name is Siddharth, you will not say Siddharth, you will say, I'm Sid, I'm Sid, I'm Andy, I'm Mandy, I'm Pandy. Right? That's very prevalent in India because of the mental colonization, because of the inferiority complex. We want to sound Western. We want to look Western. We want our names to be more Western. That's why. It's the inferiority complex. It's the slave mentality. That's why we use Anglo words. Now we are developing a mongrel language called Hinglish, which is neither Hindi nor English. It's an inferior version of both languages. And most Indians now speak Hinglish. Hinglish. Go to Nigeria. The national language is Nigerian Pidgin. Nigerian Pidgin, which is neither English nor Nigerian. Igbo, Shigbo, whatever. Would you like to see what Nigerian Pidgin sounds like? Okay. Let's see. This is the direction in which India is heading. BBC Pidgin. Okay. BBC News Pidgin. Okay. Within inside the new MIMC Act, Tinubu signed into law. Within a mean for you. President Bola Tinubu don't sign the 2026 National Identity Management Commission Act into law. The Nigerian leader, during the signing on Friday for the State House Abuja, Nigeria capital, talk say this new act go give the country modern, secure, and digital identity framework where they fit for the Nigeria where they build the Nigeria. Okay, that's an example of the mongrel pidgin language they speak in Nigeria. State police go be the solution to Nigeria insecurity wahala. The move to set up state police system for Nigeria. donde cada jinja among Nigerians and the way the process they go, the bill to set up it become law in a manner of weeks, in a matter of weeks. However, the debate continue. The debate continue today go on about whether true state police, Nadi, silver bullet, and so on. So English is this sort of language. That's the direction India is going in. And Indians think that it is so cool. We speak English. And that's not the fault of these people who speak English. It's the education system, it's the media, it's everything. Okay, next. Western political discourse is heavy Zionist propaganda on one side versus Islamist on the other. If you say so. No comments. Okay, Kakashi says state controlled economy is more sovereignty. Hence, why heroes Gaddafi, Assad, Ortega, Traore, Allende, Maduro, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Cuba choose it. I agree. The state has to control the economy. You can have a laissez-faire model within, but the state is the embodiment of the will of the people. And the state must control the economy. I agree. I'm not saying we need to have communism or socialism or whatever. You can have your own model of the economy. For thousands of years, we had our own economic models, right? It was a civilizational economy, and you had rigorous state control. Read the Arthashastra. That's a state-controlled economy with a lot of autonomy for the people. So that's what you need. That's what you need. Yes, I completely agree with you. Rohan Bidi says, people, please explain time and gravity with respect to brain hyperspace bulk. Time and the gravity with brain hyperspace bulk. Brain world theory. So brain world theory in brief is the concept that there is that our universe is a four-dimensional projection of a higher dimensional membrane or brain. Okay? Maybe 10 dimensions, 11 dimensions, 26 dimensions, whatever. It's like, see, you have a sphere. This is three-dimensional. But on the screen, it looks two-dimensional, right? Over here on the screen, if I see the shadow of this sphere on a table or a piece of paper, it's going to be a two-dimensional circle. So it's the two-dimensional projection of a three-dimensional object. Similarly, our universe, our four-dimensional universe, is, according to brain world theory, a lower dimensional projection of a higher dimensional brain world. And gravity comes from the interaction of two different brains or something. How is it? Something like that. So there is a bulk and there's a membrane, right? There's a bulk and there's a membrane, and when two membranes collide, there's a big bang like phenomenon, and somewhere in this gravity comes in. I don't remember exactly how this works. Not a theory that is relevant for me, but it's something like that. I could make a separate video about this after looking into it properly. But that's kind of what it is. Yeah. Kakashi says Bhutan, India vassal like Belarus is Russian vassal. No. We don't do such things. Bhutan is a completely sovereign nation that is our protectorate. We do not vassalize Bhutan. Vassals are exploited. See, Japan is exploited by the United States. How is it exploited? The Americans control Japan's economy completely. They have switched off the tap that has ruined Japan's economy, first of all. Secondly, the Americans tightly control Japan's laws, and they don't allow any amendments to Japan's constitution. Not a single word has changed since 1945. That's why the Japanese people are all pacifist and all, because of the BS imposed by the Americans. Thirdly, the Americans have more than 130 permanent military bases on Japanese territory, and so on and so forth. That's exploitation. Does India do any of those things to Bhutan? No. So Bhutan is not an Indian vassal. Bhutan is an Indian protectorate. We will protect Bhutan if and when required. But we don't tell the Bhutanese people what language to speak, what laws to enact, how their economy should develop or not. We don't have any military bases on Bhutanese territory. We have military interactions with the Bhutanese army on a friendly, mutually acceptable basis. So that's not a vassal and master relationship. Please understand that. Developer Kapai says IT giants routing campus talent to scale Indian startups, leverages existing pipelines for rapid growth of new businesses. What holes are in this theory? Excuse me. IT giants routing campus talent to scale Indian startups, leverages existing pipelines for rapid growth of new businesses. Now, why will IT giants route campus talent to scale Indian startups? Why? What will they gain from that? Unless they have a stake in those startups. In that case, it makes sense. Now, when it comes to Indian startups in the tech sector and so on, they typically have benefit from venture capital and so on. They typically don't have any connections with the IT giants of India. The IT giants are the old, ancient behemoths that are becoming increasingly irrelevant. So let's say, hypothetically, you had Indian IT giants acquiring stakes in Indian startups and then routing Indian talent, the campus talent there. That would make sense. That would be great, as long as they don't interfere in the day-to-day working and so on, and in the strategic direction and so on of the startups. So if the startups are solving real problems and creating real valuable products, and IT giants have a stake in that and give guidance or whatever, if they can, that's fine, as long as there is no interference and they don't cannibalize the startup for their own benefit. In that case, it makes sense, but I'm not sure if it's happening. If it's happening, I would be very pleased about that. Kakashi says, if Israel controls or influences the US, is the US sovereign? If Israel controls the US or influences the US, then the US is not sovereign. If that is the case. In that case, the US is not sovereign. If that is the case. Chill Panda says, you once told me that you would rather want a presidential-led democracy in India instead of a prime minister-led parliamentary one. Why is that? Because then you would have less of the problems that you see all across India. See, for example, if you look at the 1990s, how many prime ministers came and went? Why was this the case? You had H.D. Devegowda for 3 months. You had I.K. Gujral for 3 months. You had Mr. Chandrasekhar for 3 months. Governments coming and falling, prime ministers coming and going. Do you want that goddamn situation in India? Do you want that sort of chaos and instability? That's the outcome of the parliamentary democracy you have in India. Because if there's a hung parliament where no party gets majority, then you have coalitions, and coalitions are by nature unstable and they don't produce any results because they have a common minimum program, which essentially doesn't amount to anything. So in that case, you have years of instability and no progress geopolitically and nationally and economically and so on. Why would you want that? Please explain to me why you want that. If you have a presidential system, you're guaranteed 5 years of stability. See? Makes sense? Makes sense. So that's what a subcontinent scale nation like India needs. We need stability. We must heed the lessons of history. All right. Chill Panda says, why does the West fear Russia so much? Even more than China, even though China is way larger in population and economy, what makes Russia so special and feared? What makes Russia so special and feared? They are the Eurasian behemoth. They control an incredible amount of territory. And because of that, they control an incredible amount of resources. And because of those resources and because of the territorial depth, they essentially can't be defeated. And if Russia gets its act together and produces political stability for the next 20-30 years, Russia can overtake China potentially and become a superpower again. And Russia has the world's biggest nuclear arsenal. They have tremendous missiles that can't be stopped. They have great talent, engineering and technical talent and scientific talent. They have so much latent talent, and they have the resources to actually make the talent count. There are real reasons, and they have all these geographical advantages. And they also have geographical issues, which is fine. But you see, there are reasons, there are very valid reasons why the West fears China, because it understands, fears Russia because the West understands Russia's true potential, right? Tremendous potential. The territory they control, almost unlimited resources they have because of the territory. And the Russians, see their history. They've been an empire. They've not been like India, that, we are content to be in the subcontinent. We will not go and conquer other lands. We will conquer sometimes, but we will never exploit them. We will not vassalize them to a large extent and so on. Russia, it's an empire. They've relentlessly expanded in the past 400-500 years. Relentlessly expanded. How did they reach? I mean, if you look at Russia, their easternmost port city is Vladivostok, which is north of North Korea. How did they reach all the way there? Expansion, imperial expansion. So that is ingrained in the psyche and nature of Russia, which is why it makes sense that the West fears them. Chill Panda says, why was USSR not certified enough in World War II? Certified? What certificate do you need? Not certified enough in World War II. I remember seeing comments about people that USSR just won because of the winter and was spamming instead of skills against Germany, which is surprising to me. So why does the USSR not get the credit for actually defeating the Nazis in World War II? It's because the US wants all the credit for the victory. The US wants to steal Russia's glory. They want to take credit for everything. And they use Hollywood to do that. And once you watch a Hollywood movie, you think, oh, so heroic, Saving Private Ryan, The Longest Day, and so on and so forth. Right? That's a great propaganda machine, Hollywood. So that's why people today believe that the Americans are the ones who are responsible for the defeat of Nazi Germany, when actually it's the USSR. Okay, Kirma Dahir says, what? I want to live a good quality life, hence move to abroad because India seems hopeless. But it seems that Indians are not wanted there. Seeing the hate trend, what to do? Do whatever is best for you. I will never tell anyone not to leave India. If you want to leave India, leave India. It's your choice. India currently does not value merit or talent currently. Right? If you want to reach the fullest of your potential, you probably stand a better chance of doing that abroad currently. So you can still love India and love your motherland and all. You can go and work abroad, live abroad. And once you become wealthy and experienced and all, you can invest in India and contribute to India's greatness or growth in the future. That's fine. So the situation is that Indians are not wanted there now. That's not quite the case. The United States is being problematic towards India, but it doesn't mean the whole West is like that. I'm sure there are many avenues even now for Indians to move abroad if they want to. So I would suggest you do a little bit of research, explore various opportunities beyond one or two countries. Samrat Shukla says, visiting South India, top 5 places recommendation. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there are hundreds of places. I am not somebody who has traveled a lot across southern India, so I don't know. I'm sure I can list 100 places, but I personally haven't visited a lot of these. Southern India, right? I visited some fantastic temples down in southern India, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, etc. Pondicherry is fascinating. I've seen just a few places, so I probably should not, give recommendations without actually having been there properly. Developer Kapai says, why is something like Bell Labs not possible today? Bell Labs. Is it no longer there? Bell Labs? Bell Labs. Silicon Valley. Bell Labs. Bell Labs. It is a legendary industrial research and development organization. New Jersey. Bell Labs. Excuse me. Okay, Bardeen, Brattain, Shockley. Okay, Bell Labs. Right, okay, so it was headquartered in New Jersey. Bardeen and Shockley got the Nobel Prize, I believe, for developing the transistor, right? Bardeen, Brattain also probably got it. Information theory, all that. So why is it not possible? Of course it's possible. Silicon Valley is doing all kinds of stuff, right? I'm sure. I mean, what is OpenAI? What is Anthropic? They are the modern day Bell Labs, right? Yeah, the US is always at the forefront of technological innovation. You may not get an exact replica of Bell Labs, but the pioneering, frontier breaking research is happening in the United States. It's going on. Chill Panda says, do you think in the future there would be advanced technology to make defenses which can counter nuclear missiles to or any nuclear weapon? We already have technology that can counter missiles carrying nuclear warheads. That technology is called interceptors. The Israeli Iron Dome is an interceptor system, right? The Indian systems that we have are interceptor systems. So we already have the technology that can intercept missiles that are carrying nuclear warheads. But if they deploy MIRVs, multiple independently maneuvering and targetable warheads, that makes the thing difficult. So you can't guarantee an interception, but you can intercept a lot of what's incoming. But can you disable a nuclear weapon remotely or whatever? That's right now not possible. Yeah. Will it be possible in the future? Maybe. Disable it and destroy it before it can be triggered. It may be possible in the future. Right now, we can't guarantee that. Abhijit Kumar says, when are you free to check the PDF I mailed you? I will look into it, sir. Let me see. The PDF you mailed me. Did you mail it to me today? Am I supposed Have you mailed me a PDF? Let me see. Let me see quickly. What do I have? The PDF with my long question. You are a BTech student coming to your question. Very long question. Which obviously... Okay. Look, I look into it, sir. Bhakti in Sanatan Dharma. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Okay. The Gremlin says, at 37, do you think it's a wise decision for me to switch careers? Asking for myself. Being part of IT support for over 15 years now, and I'm considering switching to something more fundamental like law or teaching or computer science. Thank you. In theory, there's nothing wrong with this. You can switch to whatever you want, but the question is, will you be able to get switching a career means getting a job in a different industry, right? Essentially, unless you're starting a law firm or something. So essentially, I think switching careers means getting a job in a totally different industry. Now, it's very easy to get a job. See, this is the truth of the world. These are the facts, that it's easy to get a job when you are in your 20s. No big deal. But as you grow older, it's harder to get jobs, new jobs, and switching careers, it's harder, right? Because that's the way of the world. There is ageism. If you're in your late 30s, mid 40s, early 50s, and you're looking for a new job in a new industry, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback against that. So I would say that you should be prepared to deal with that, and you should have a strategy for countering that effectively. If you can successfully do that, then I think it's fine to switch careers. And of course, if you switch careers, you should be able to guarantee that you will get a good, high-paying job, at least reasonably close to the kind of money you are making in your previous job. Otherwise, switching careers is going to be impractical. So you'll have to look at these practical considerations very carefully before making a decision, right? So it's a wise decision if you can guarantee a good quality of life and and a good job in the new career that you choose. So typically, when you switch to a new career, you kind of start at a lower level, right? Then you have to move your way to higher levels. So if you are starting at a lower level in the corporate ladder or wherever, the pay that you earn is not going to be substantial, or at least comparable to the pay you're getting as somebody who has been in IT support for 15 years. So all these considerations, all these factors, you have to look into them realistically and then make your decision. That's how you that's the factors you have to consider. All right. So if you can achieve what you're looking for in considering all those factors, then it makes sense to do it. Otherwise, perhaps not. Perhaps reconsider. All right, sir. All the best. I wish you success. Varinder Singh says, has Khotan any connection with India, my closest population? Of course it does. Khotan was called Gosthana. Gosthana. Let's see. Okay. Khotan. Gosthana. It was called Gosthana. Khotan and Gosthana refer to the same ancient oasis city, now known as Hotan. Okay, it was founded by exiled Indians during the Mauryan era. Individuals associated with Emperor Ashok's son Kunal. It was a critical trade hub between India, China, and the West. It was not part of China. It was never part of China. It was Gosthana. The region used Gandhari Prakrit and the Saka language, the Scythian language. Gosthana obviously means the land of the cows, and so on. That's Khotan. If that's your closest population, well, that's very interesting. Khotan was founded by Indians, roughly 2.2 thousand years ago, 2.3 thousand years ago. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, can electricity be transmitted wirelessly through the planet and atmosphere as believed by Tesla? Your thoughts on about his views about the pyramids of Giza? I'm sure it can be transmitted wirelessly. As believed by Tesla, Tesla did not believe things, he actually tested things. And if the tests turned out to be correct and positive, then he said, this is what happens. Tesla did not believe things blindly. He was a scientist and he was an engineer. So I'm sure he kind of probably demonstrated that electricity can be transmitted wirelessly, at least at a certain level, not globally, but maybe from point A to point B, perhaps. Yeah, that sort of thing. His views about the pyramids of Giza, I have no idea. What were his views? Let's see. What were Nikola Tesla's views about the pyramids of Giza? What were his views? He believed that they were not tombs but colossal wireless energy transmitters. He theorized that their geometric shapes and alignments with the Earth's magnetic field allowed them to harness cosmic energy and transmit electricity globally without wires. Historians and consensus within scientific communities classify these ideas as speculative mythology built around later life writings, and so on and so forth. See, Tesla's experiments with wireless energy transfer. Let's see this. I'm sure he did experiments, right? They laid the foundational groundwork for modern power beaming and telecommunications, and so on. Right. See, so yeah. So I am not sure about what he believed about the pyramids of Giza. Maybe he's right, maybe he's not. But it's unproven for sure. Okay. Dorji T says, my favorite geopolitician support from Nagaland. Thank you so much, Dorji T. Thank you so much. My salutations to everyone in Nagaland and thanks, great thanks to you. Thank you so much, sir. Jill Panda says, is it inevitable that developed countries lose TFR? It is not inevitable. It is not inevitable that developed countries lose TFR. Go back 5,000 years to the western region, northern and western parts of the Indian subcontinent. The Saraswati Sindhu phase of Indian history. fully developed, fully industrialized, fully urbanized phase of Indian history. Several thousand years. Did we have bad TFR? Did we have low TFR? We did not. Otherwise, we would not exist today in the numbers that we do. Right? That's a historical example. So it's not inevitable that developed countries lose TFR. But if you have specific conditions, like for development, you must all work 24 by 7, 7 days a week, then you're going to lose TFR. When you're overworked, overstressed, and you have various ideologies that are prevalent, then you will lose TFR. Then your TFR drops, right? Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon General, I am here. However, I'm too sleepy as I've been watching a World Cup from heaven. I shall miga next weekend. Indulge me. I look forward to seeing you next weekend, Monsieur Bonaparte. Merci beaucoup. And good to see you, yes? Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon Général, for asking some good questions and loyalty to Armée. Pradeep Kumar Roy is hereby given a field promotion from Lieutenant to Capitaine. From Lieutenant to Capitaine. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed, Pradeep Kumar Roy. Loyalty to l'Armée. L'Armée. Indeed. Abhishek Bardwaj says, don't know if you're aware of current gender divide on the internet. Whole manosphere versus men-hating feminist groups. Would love a dedicated video on dharmic views on gender rules, equality, etc. Equality. This equality thing is a modern concept. Equality. Everything has to be equal. Can a bear and a tiger be equal? Can a female bear and a male bear be equal? Have you seen the size difference? Have you seen the size difference between a male tiger and a female tiger? Have you seen the size difference between a male spider and a female spider? The female spider is much more massive. What is equality? You can have equality of opportunity. You can have equality under law. Beyond that, what equality? Right? See, the genders are complementary to each other. You don't have to make them equality. Otherwise, we are primitive and backward if we don't have equality. So anyway, I am not aware of this. I'm kind of aware of this gender divide and all that, especially in the West. Manosphere versus men-hating feminist groups. That's all Western, but that's spilling over into other parts of the world, including India. Right? Men-hating feminist groups and all that. Yeah, I'm kind of aware of it, but not in great detail. I don't really go and indulge myself by watching and seeing what they're fighting about, but I kind of have an idea. A dedicated video about dharmic views on gender rules, equality. For that, I will have to be a dharmic expert, right? I'm not really a dharmic expert, but you know what? I'll look into it. If possible, I'll make a video about this. Yeah, thank you. Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon Général, my MEGA blueprints next week have 5 topics and action solutions for you. Needs chart and longer write-ups. Please activate link inclusion in super chats. I don't know how to activate. Is it possible to activate links in super chats? Is it even allowed on the platform? I'm not sure if it's possible. I'll look into it. Yes. This is a easiest real-time alt. It is still paid for and not spam. Is it even allowed by the platform to allow links in super chats? If it's allowed, if the platform allows it, I'll be happy to activate it if it can be activated. Otherwise, I don't know. I'll look into it. Sure. Thank you. Ghost of Bonaparte says, next week I'll show how India can qualify for World Cup 2030. Well, that will be great. That will be great. Please show. Please do. Ghost of Bonaparte says, why are Bangladeshis ungrateful? India stopped their genocide. Because the Bangladeshis are taught today that Bangladesh won its independence on its own. And India came in at the last minute to steal all the credit. That's what Bangladeshis believe. They believe that their Mukti Bahini won the war against Pakistan. And India came in at the last moment to take away all the credit. They actually believe it. That's what they are taught. And that's why they are ungrateful. They don't know what actually happened. The Mukti Bahini was created by India and funded by India. They were half-naked, ragtag fighters, guerrillas. There was no chance of them succeeding against Pakistan. Not a chance. Anyway, Ghost of Bonaparte says, can demographic change to other systems? Can demography change to other systems without violence? Well, Demographic change, if it depends on in what duration demographic change happens. If you want to change the entire system through demographic change in 20 years, there's going to be violence. Or 50 years, there's going to be violence. If it happens over 300 years, maybe there won't be any violence. It will happen slowly. It depends on the time frame, essentially. Gustav Bonaparte says, if humans were not constantly warring, where would technology be today? Give examples, or in which year would the iPhone 17 actually be invented? Well, is the iPhone 17 the culmination of technology? I'm not sure about that. If humans were not constantly warring, where would technology be today? Maybe it will not be as advanced as it is today, because a lot of the technological advances are spin-offs of military technology and space technology. Essentially, military technology. Military technology is the fastest evolving technology, and everything has military dimensions. So it is geopolitical competition that leads to rapid technological advancements. That's the process that started in Europe, right? In Western Europe. So, because Europe was constantly at war with itself, that's why technological advances happened so rapidly. So, without this constant warring factor of human beings, of the human species, maybe we would be behind in technology, but more peaceful. More peaceful. Examples? What examples? Well, which year the iPhone 17 would actually be invented? I have no idea about that. Prateep Kumar Roy says, why do the liberals love certain religions and hate certain others? Why do some people believe in certain external isms and hate their own kin? The second part of the question, the answer is mental colonization, brainwashing. Why do liberals love certain religions and hate certain others? Because they are not truly liberals. They claim to be liberals. They've hijacked and stolen the word, but they are the exact opposite of the definition of the word liberal. Okay, what's the textbook definition of the word liberal? What is the textbook definition of the adjective liberal? It fundamentally relates to freedom, openness, and progress. Social and personal, respecting and allowing broad personal freedoms. Somebody who's open-minded, tolerant, and willing to consider new ideas without being bound by rigid traditions. Favorable to social progress, reform, individual rights. Refers to the belief that governments should actively protect civil liberties and support positive social change. Generous, given freely, abundantly, in large amounts, right? And so on. That is liberal. These so-called liberals are the exact opposite of the textbook definition, and that's why they have these issues. Gustav Bonaparte says, Bon général, AI makes stupid people less annoying. AI makes stupid people less annoying, okay? And smart people more productive. Doesn't replace thinking, as people need to understand AI's recommendation, and AI explains this. I think it makes stupid people more stupid. I don't know. So look, you are thinking from the perspective of a reasonably intelligent person, or maybe a very sharply intelligent person. Your point of view seems to be that of a very intelligent person. So you probably assume that everyone thinks rationally, everyone wants to understand things and get to the root of things. If AI gives an explanation, you want to understand why it gave this explanation. Most people don't do any of that. Most people don't do any due diligence, right? It certainly will make smart people more productive if they use AI in the right way. But I get the feeling, I get the sense that most people simply outsource all their thinking to AI. What ChatGPT told me. So now I don't have to think. That's how I get the feeling most people use AI. Yeah. If you take AI's recommendations with a grain of salt and ask it to explain itself why it recommended something and what was the thought process that went behind the recommendation, well, that's the sign of an intelligent person. Most people don't do that, unfortunately. Okay. All right. Okay. Gustav Bonaparte says, Mon Général, please use the Indian AI for 1 week and tell us your opinion of it next Saturday. See how it can be improved. By the way, good episode. You still got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the encouragement. Let me see what Indian AI we have. Sarvam, right? Indian Sarvam AI. AI, my friend, AI. Okay, let's see. Sarvam AI. AI for all from India, built on sovereign compute, powered by frontier class models, delivering all that. It's fine. So you can do all this text to speech, speech to text, voice agents, document digitization, dubbing. You have various conversation. You have various voices, voice modes available. Build anything with Server APIs, Python, JavaScript, curl, speech to text translation, digitization, REST API, Python SDK, Playground, India can. Okay, so if I want to use this, how do I use it? Platform or whatever this stuff is. Developers. If I'm a developer, I can use these various things. Documentation. What's the documentation? What's the pricing? Let's see the API pricing. Pay as you go, it's fine. Okay. Pro is 10,000 rupees. You put one time, you get 11,000 credits. Rate limit is 200 requests per minute. Support is email support. So that's 10,000 a month. Ideal for startups and POCs. API pricing. Servam 105 billion parameters. That's the best one they have. They have a Vision one, they have a Bulbul thing, and so on. So 10,000 rupees, it's about $100 a month, right? Okay, so they are pricing themselves similar to Claude's Pro plans. So if I were to test Servam out, I would have to either pay as I go or spend 10,000 rupees. Will that be worth my time and money? I'll see. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll pay as I go or something. If first I'll have to see some of the reviews, because I don't want to use a suboptimal AI if it is suboptimal in some senses. I'll have to look into it. Right. Okay. But thank you for the recommendation. Ghost of Bonaparte says Chill Panda demoted to Corporal for asking lazy question. Okay. Ghost of Bonaparte says Operation Sindoor, India killed Pakistan drones, so it's not hard. Yes, of course. We took down all the Pakistani drones, everything they threw at us. Indeed, yes. Ghost of Bonaparte says Operation Sindh could not take POK slice because it was annexed since 1947 and would be disproportionate, Ari Pahalgam, unless you've decided to reabsorb Pakistan entirely. I was of the opinion that it doesn't matter whether it's proportionate or disproportionate. You've got to teach the goddamn Pakistanis a lesson. And the clearest way to claim victory and to demonstrate that you have successfully defeated the enemy is by claiming and grabbing some territory. So I was hoping that would happen. Sadly, it did not. And I'm still so disappointed. I am very disappointed. Yeah. New Sense AI says Bangladesh per capita is greater than India and West Bengal. Still, they come to India. Why? Because India overall gives a better quality of life and better opportunities for people. India is overall a far better country to live in compared to Bangladesh. And India is the future. There is limitless potential in India. I'm not sure what potential you have in East Bengal. Yeah, East Bengal, Bangladesh. Right? That's why. Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon General, how can something like evolution produce intelligence? Even a hurricane swirling for 5 million years in the junkyard won't assemble a 747. Is there any underlying law of physics, etc., at work here? Well, see, our intelligence has evolved. Every intelligent being on our planet, see, our planet is the only life that we know of. So that's the only examples we have. Now, every intelligent being on our planet is conscious. Right? Humans are conscious. Our closest relatives, the bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, etc., they're conscious. Crocodiles are conscious. Dogs, cats, cows, horses, zebras, they're all conscious. Bees are conscious. Mosquitoes are conscious. Every intelligence is connected to a consciousness. So intelligence seems to be a byproduct of consciousness in the biological domain. Okay. So perhaps the real question is, how can something like evolution produce consciousness? Yeah. And every living being, every life form has some element or some level of consciousness. And how did this come about? We don't know. It's a big mystery for us. So there is no intelligence without consciousness. Our artificial intelligence, we're not sure if it's real intelligence or just pattern recognition and prediction, next token prediction. But biological intelligence is definitely tied to consciousness. The more conscious, the higher the level of consciousness, the more intelligence you have. So a bee is not the most intelligent thing in the world, and its consciousness level probably is low. A mosquito clearly isn't the most intelligent thing in the world, and its consciousness is obviously way below the human level consciousness. So the core question actually is consciousness, and that's a huge, humongous mystery. We don't even know where to begin to answer the question of where did consciousness come from, what does it constitute, why does it exist, and what is its definition. Right. MQ says, curious to know your personal taste in art and music. I like beauty, things of beauty. Art has to be beautiful. Art should be beautiful. Example of beautiful art, Vincent van Gogh. Example of beautiful art, ancient Indian temple carvings, ancient Indian temples. Modern art, I would say Vincent van Gogh and so on. Art has to be beautiful. It should uplift your spirit, it should uplift your soul. It shouldn't be dirty, dark, crass, all that. That's not art. I mean, that's art in the eyes of some people, but it's not pleasing. It doesn't uplift your spirit, it depresses your spirit. So anything that's beautiful, anything that's joyous, anything that's uplifting is my taste in art. Music, I am very happy to listen to music from all across the world. I have a very eclectic taste in music. I spent about a decade playing Indian ragas on electric guitar. So I am a huge, huge lover of Indian classical music, whether it is Indian classical music. I also am a big fan of music from other parts of the world. Western folk music, Celtic music, even rock music. I am happy to listen to music from the West African nation of Mali. They produce great musicians. Somalia has good music. Mongolia has awesome music. So I have a very eclectic taste in music and art. Ghost of Bonaparte says, for gallantry in battle, Chilpi's rank is restored. Outstanding, outstanding. Ghost of Bonaparte says, you can activate links in Superchat even right now. Creator has settings. If not, can I email you in real time? I won't be able to see your email in real time, but let me see. Is there some settings in Creator or whatever? Where can I? Enable links in Superchat. Really? Let me see. Is it a community thing? Suppose it goes into settings or something. Can you do that? Permissions. Okay, look, I will not be able to do it in real time right now, but I'll look into it. If it's possible, I'll make it happen. Sure. All right. Varinder Singh says, most Indian girls now want Northeast Indian like matriarchy. Good or bad? Well, let Indian girls get what they want, if they can. What can I say? Yeah, this is the effect of Western ideology, feminism, and all that. You want change. Our Indian system is so backward, so patriarchal. We must change it. We must have more equality. Okay. Shubham, thank you very much, sir. Shubham, thank you. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your favorite programming language, Python? I've used all kinds of programming languages, but I suppose Python is really easy to use these days. Python, of course. Right now, currently, probably it's Python. Yeah. I've used C, I've used C++, I've used weird stuff that you may not even have heard of. But yeah, C right now, yes. Shubham says, I want to publish 3 conceptual papers. I need your mentorship for it. How can I contact you? You can contact me on my email ID that will be found under the description of not this live stream, but the video clips on my channel. You can find my email address there. It will not be found in the description of this live stream or other live streams. But if you go to the videos tab and you go into the description of any video, you'll find my email ID there. You can email me there. Uh, but I cannot promise you I'll be able to do this. I'll have to see what your project is and so on. If it is something that genuinely is aligned with what I do, and if it genuinely merits my time and attention, I'll be happy to do it. So please contact me and I'll look into it. Ghost of Bonaparte says, forget Rasam AI. I thought they had a free version like GPT. Free versions are the best way to train AI. How can they not do this? Ideally, they should provide a free tier so that people can try it out, right? And get a sense of how the AI is, get a sense and feel of the AI. Without giving us a sampling, or some kind of understanding of how the AI works, you just ask people to pay for it. It's not an easy sell, right? So I looked at the Sarvam AI page and the pricing thing. Is there a free tier? Sarvam AI. Once again, let me look into it. Sarvam AI pricing. Pay as you go pricing. There's no free tier at all. ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, all of these guys have a free tier, right? Sarvam says pay as you go. I think that's not a smart thing to do at all. Not smart at all. Credits and rate limits and so on. Look, overall great job creating a sovereign AI and so on. But you've got to offer people a sampling of what your product is like before people will pay for it. I am not inclined to pay for this before I get some understanding of what the AI is like, how good or not so good potentially it is. I'm hoping it's very good. I've not seen too many reviews of Sarvam. Don't know. Overall, they have my best wishes, but maybe they should smarten up a little bit. Lippy the Lion says, theoretically, how will time dilation affect someone going back and forth through a zero-length wormhole between 2 points with very different gravity? How will time dilation affect someone going back and forth through a zero-length wormhole? You can't go back and forth through a zero-length wormhole. You can't. Zero length. Zero length. Then it's not a wormhole, right? A wormhole needs to have a neck of a certain length. If it's zero length, it's not a wormhole. It doesn't exist then. If it's got no length, it doesn't exist. So, and if you want me to calculate time dilation, you have to tell me the velocity and the duration. Right. Only then can you calculate the Lorentz factor. Lorentz factor gamma is equal to square root of 1 upon 1 minus v squared by c squared. So I need to know at least v and the time duration. That's how we can measure time dilation. Right? So without those inputs, I can't calculate anything. And anyway, right now on a live stream, I can't calculate in my head, right? I'll have to do pen and paper stuff and all that. So, right, not possible right now. Jitagada says, Strait of Hormuz closed again. What's going on? Indian media says Trump declares emergency. Has the Indian media said that? Let's see what's going on. Is the Strait of Hormuz closed again? It's experiencing massive disruptions, effectively closed to most blah blah. Okay, there we have it. So Iran has announced a renewed closure, citing ceasefire violations in Lebanon and US blockades. So if you have these provocations, what do you expect? Yeah. Trump emergency. Trump declares emergency. Why has Trump declared a national emergency? Standing US national emergency regarding North Korea for additional year and so on. Okay. Yeah, so the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. The US and Israel seem to be provoking Iran and violating the terms of the MOU. In which case, Iran, well, has to be taken seriously, right? Right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views about coding practice websites like LeetCode. I've never used LeetCode, so I have no idea about LeetCode. I'm no longer professionally into coding or whatever, so I don't really look into this stuff. The one coding website I'm aware of used to be pretty good back in the day is W3 Schools. .org, I think it was. That's a good one. Lead code, I have no idea. Never used it. Never even seen it. Okay. Srishti Siliguri says, just like in Avatar, what if humans advanced by connecting with nature instead of separating from it? Why not build technology to communicate with animals that could that unlock knowledge of Earth or beyond? The problem is that technology is developed by private companies who use it as a commodity to enrich themselves and their investors and their shareholders. That's the model that is prevalent across the world today, the capitalist model. Corporations run the show, they develop technology, and the corporations are after quarter upon quarter profits, a never ending cycle of quarter upon quarter profits on a finite planet, which is going to guarantee the destruction of the planet's resources. So as long as this model is prevalent in the world, you will not have humans connecting with nature. Humans are exploiting nature right now. We are tearing up the earth to extract resources. We are destroying forests to plant soybeans. We're destroying the Amazon rainforest to plant soybeans to feed to the captive cattle in the US, which would be killed for beef. That sort of thing. We are just exploiting the planet all over the place. We're tearing up hills in India to extract rock and rubble for construction materials and so much more. It's all over the world. So we see the planet, we see Vasudha as a resource to be exploited. That's the world today. The West has advanced so much materially by doing this that the rest of the world has no choice but to catch up. And that's the problem with the world today. That's the problem. India 5,000 years ago was the most technologically advanced civilization on the planet. Right? Fully industrialized, fully urbanized, most technologically advanced. And we did not rip the earth apart. We did not exploit the environment. But the rate of growth was slower than what you have in the modern day age. So because of this model, we are not doing any of what you are suggesting. What you are saying makes a lot of sense. That is the Indian way of doing things, isn't it? But no, we won't do it. We won't do it because that way, how do you make profits? How do you make profits, right? That's the problem. That is the problem. Your suggestion is very valuable. It is a dharmic suggestion, but the world we are living in Kali Yuga, which is why these things currently, won't work because they don't make profits, sadly. Jithagara says, Indus by Sarvam is free. It's like ChatGPT 3 to 4.1. Let's see. Indus by Sarvam. What is this? Sarvam Indus. Ask anything and so on. Let us see. What is Indus by Sarvam? Log into your account. Okay, I have to log in. I'm not logging in anywhere. Indus by Sarvam. Sarvam AI. What is this? Chat in any Indian language. Every Indian language. Once again, log into your account. Okay, let's see pricing. Let's see pricing. API pricing. It's generally free to use for everyday consumers. And you have API pricing. Okay, so it's free so it's a chat model, right? AI chat app. Okay, maybe that's not a bad idea. So they have a free tier for the AI chat. Okay, maybe I can try it out and see how it performs. Let's see. Thank you, Mr. Jetagada, for letting me know about this. Thank you. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, good night, everyone. And yes, indeed, good night to everybody. That is the last live chat of the day. So I will end it here. 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and we are into 4 hours. Let's end it over here. Thank you so much, everybody. Really enjoyed this. Thank you for the questions. Keep asking questions, keep learning, keep raising your standards. And I will see you in the next live stream, which will be sooner rather than later. Until then, take care. Good night, good day for now. Bye-bye.